all got to come together. No. Yeah. Everybody got opinions. Let's talk about it. Communication is key. Let's build around it. We do this for the people. The people founded it. Black love, stay strong. No way around it. We anti-genocide. We ride for the cause. Got love for our sisters and love for our dogs. Respect the young and elderly. You all been invited to be inspired. You come together. Better got violent. Gotta watch for the cops. Gotta watch for the ops. Gotta watch for the politicians that play with the eyes. If you know, then you know. Plant the seed and it grows. Welcome to the show. This is what we know. 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 Yeah. This is what we know.
Welcome to another show. What We Know podcast, your homeboy JT. Oh man, it's been a long time, man. It's been about a month since I've been on here. And I'm on this, please come back in here. I got my brother Mandrell that's going to be in here joining me, and we are going to be talking about a show that he did a couple of weeks ago. But before we get into the show, man, I want you guys to absolutely hit that like button, hit that smash, smash that share, and make sure that you got that notification on so you can understand and get the gist of what we try to do over here on the What We Know podcast. You dig what I'm saying? All right, let me get this stuff together, man. I don't know why I got this here. Okay. All right, let's get that up. All right. My man World Class is in here. What's going on, player? What's popping with you, man? Night Dish, what's going on, man? We waiting for Mandrell is already in the back. I'm waiting for my boy Freezy to show up also, man. But we gonna get into it, man. We about to have a pretty much of another continuation of Mandrell's show that he did a couple weeks ago. I can't remember, but he did two shows, bro, and it was based off of the LGBT community and the community with us straight men, so to speak, or straight men that they always look, we just men, you know what I'm saying? But Mandrell will be explaining his whole concept of what he's trying to get accomplished, which in my opinion, I still kind of I agree with what he's trying to do. I just don't think that it's going to happen, but we're going to have that conversation later on. I don't think that we are in that space right now. Will it happen between us and the LGBT community where we can actually have real conversation? I doubt it. I'm not sure if it can happen, but I welcome the challenge. I definitely welcome the challenge. So without further ado, I'm definitely about to put my man Mandrell up here. Let's go. My God. All right, man. All right, before we get my man Rob, what up, boy? What's going on with you? Red Lipstick Vibes. How you doing, sweetie? What's popping with you? So, Mandrell, it's been what? About 3 weeks through it?
Just about. Can I say something first?
Yeah, absolutely.
Noble, World Class. She should not having a show Wednesday. If you could, stay until the link drops. I'd like to hear your perspective on what we talk about on Wednesday. Because I'm gonna be dropping his name too as an example. Along with myself and Dusto and you, JT, and other people.
Yeah.
It's a subject matter. I just want to know his perspective on it.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. We talked about it last night, didn't we?
Nope.
We didn't.
Not about what we're talking about Wednesday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Most definitely.
It's nothing bad. I mean, it's like identifying personality types.
Oh, okay.
I want to see what he thinks of my assessment of him. Like what category? I'm going to put him in a category. You know what I'm saying? I want to hear his impression of it. I mean, because I'm right. So I mean, I just want to hear what he thinks about it. Yeah, Wednesday. Right. Yeah, Wednesday. For Unapologetic with Mandrell and Shushu.
You talk about this coming Wednesday?
Yeah, coming Wednesday. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
This coming Wednesday. Because he normally pops in, and says hello to my sister. Not me though. But yeah, he does. Not me though. But he normally pops in, speaks to my sister and everything. I don't know if he stays for the whole time. I guess it depends what we're talking about with him. If we talk about something that's interesting to him, he'll stay for the whole time. If it's something that's like, all right, I get the point. I've heard enough. I'm out. He does it, and I know he does that because I do it. I do it like I go from pound to pound. I'm like, yeah, I've heard enough. Click. I go to another. Yeah,
change the channel.
This is some. This is some. I go to another panel. This is just dust. Change the channel. And there's other ones I'll listen to. If they talk about something halfway interesting, I'll listen to it for a while. But then I'm like, okay. Once I get the point, the general gist, okay, I got nothing to contribute to that conversation. So no point in me camming up. I'll just leave because I've heard enough. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. If you ain't got nothing to add to it, it just
exactly. There's been times where I've watched like a talk Tuesday with Black Men Unfiltered or something like that, and I just didn't cam up. It's like, okay, they said it all. There's no point in me coming up because I'm just gonna repeat what they said. Yeah,
that's what I do. I'll be in the audience. You know what I'm saying? If I ain't got nothing to add, I'm just gonna be wasting people's time. So
what up, Revs Lipstick Vibes? What up, Rob? What's going on, man? Who is King Ish? Who is that? Night Ish.
Night Ish.
Yeah, who's that? I gotta put my glasses back on before I start reading.
Yeah, somebody that follows our channel, man. That follows. I think I've seen Night Ish a couple of times.
No captivity with Freezy.
What's up, boy? You got that?
Look what he did. Look at what Class said. Look at that last comment he made. Shushu's covering. Thank you. I am my sister's covering until some other guy who is worthy of her hand in marriage comes to marry her. And I remember at the wedding, I'm the one who has to give her away. Daddy ain't here no more. He's going on to glory. I'm a
gonna have to be.
I have to be the one to give her away, which means whoever it is, I actually do have to vet that guy.
Absolutely.
That's the ridiculous part about it.
That's the ridiculous part about it. That's the work you got to put in.
Right, and the thing is, I actually do take that seriously. I do.
I think. How does she take it when it comes down to that? Have you guys ever had that conversation?
Yeah. It's cool. She said, I have to give you away at your wedding, right? She said, I know. That was it. Like, it didn't take much for us to have if you saw us Wednesday, you know what I'm saying? Like, if we're talking, I might cut her off to help her get to the point. If I see her rambling, you know what I'm saying? Like, she'll have a point, and I'm just like, almost there, almost. And then she'll start adding more to it. I'm like, okay, almost. Get to the point, baby.
Right.
Oh, yeah. But then she, to someone else watching, it looks like I'm cutting her off. Like, right. Or I'm just reminding her because, she had just gotten back from Hawaii. So Wednesday, she was largely unprepared, you know what I'm saying? But right before the show, we compared notes and stuff like that. And I said, you gonna be all right with this? Yeah, fine. Jump right into it. You know what I'm saying? And it was a great conversation, in my opinion.
We all grow.
Yeah, I read scripture, but she's a professional though. She's really good at that. Like,
yeah,
she really is. She's really good at that. Like, if she stumbles or if she's on the right road, but you see her doing this, she's really good at coming right back. really good. You
Get
know,
right
so,
back, yeah. She can feel herself veering off. Yeah.
she's really good at coming right back. So it doesn't take a lot. And when you see us on these panels talking, my sister and I, that's a real conversation between us. That's
Right.
That's actually how we talk to each other. We
just like when the camera's not on. It's
right,
like,
just when the camera's on, we laugh all the time. We are the silliest pair when we're in person. Seriously, we're just a couple of goofballs, man.
That's a good relationship.
We're just a couple of goofballs. We don't argue, we don't fight. We haven't done this since we were children. Like, I'm talking about little bitty children. We haven't had an argument or a fight since we were children. And even then, it's like, why are you wearing my shirt?
Yeah.
Well, you know what I'm saying? Like, because she was a big fan of Aaliyah, right? Mm-hmm. And she tried to have that urban style, hip hop style or whatever. So she come in my closet and find like shirts or whatever, and try to make the outfit that Aaliyah wore in a video or on a CD cover or something like that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But she wouldn't put it back. I have to come back to listen. I don't care if you wear my shirts, man. Just put it back when you're done with it, okay?
You have to You have to borrow your own shirt back.
Right.
Can I have my shirt? Oh man, big shout out to my baby right here. This is who I'm covering right here, my baby Nidra. She's over there listening to our show.
And then World Class comes back. You're just Shushu's light-skinned brother now.
Yeah.
Now, I've always been her light-skinned brother, but I'm still her covering. Unless you are up for the job.
Yeah.
Are you know?
Absolutely.
You up for the job?
You talk about World Class?
Yeah, World Class. Now listen, if you're up for the job, we need to have a conversation.
Yes, sir. Shout out to my man Paul Bennett. What's going on, Mr. Bennett? What's popping with you, brother? Yes, sir. But you ready to get into this, man?
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm in the courtroom already. You see me?
I already see.
This tribunal, crucible, is about to be on the way.
Oh my God. Well, you already know, bro. I think the more and more I look at those, and I can't help but I have to keep looking at those the Discord we had, not just with them, but even with ourselves. We got to find our footing, man, when it comes down to what it is that we really are trying to do, right? When it comes down to just community, Black community, if we going to look at it in that sense as a Black community. And looking at the show you did that Wednesday versus the show that was on Friday, we definitely have to go through it.
Go through what exactly?
The Discord.
Yeah,
because
you have to have a tough conversation. I agree. The hard parts of the differences. Yeah, you do have to slog through that. You're going to have to. If there is to be a brave new world, and I told them this as well. If there is to be a brave new world, our generation would have the most difficult time living in it. We just will, but also, is it possible?
I don't see it.
Not right now.
I don't see it.
Maybe another 50 years down the road, but right now,
I can tell you one of the reasons why is because from the morals that we stand for, and I'm speaking as like heterosexual men. We agree upon a lot of different, a lot of the same values when it comes down to femininity and masculinity. And listening to them, they don't stand for that. They're more of a free for all. And one of the biggest things that I have a problem with them is the way that they stereotype heterosexual men as a whole. One of the things is this whole thing of us being in fear of them. and fear of them taking over.
I think it's more so heterophobia than homophobia. Now, here's the thing. If you're wondering what I actually think, like my perspective, I think it's a bigger problem with heterophobia more so than homophobia, because if you listen to the majority part of the LGBTQ community, a lot of them really are afraid to walk outside or go to a mall or go to a movie because they're used to people either bullying them or saying something to them, things like that, right?
Yeah.
So people who experience life like that, which no one should have to experience life like that, they are on guard, and they call those bullying actions homophobia. Well, no, by definition, you're the one afraid of the heterosexuals who you claim are attacking you. So it's more so an issue of heterophobia more so than homophobia. And I get what they're trying to say is that if the heterosexuals weren't bullying them in the first place, they would have no reason to be afraid. I get that, but it's still, if we're going to define this thing, let's call a ball, and a strike a strike.
Yes. Now, my whole thing though is that there is prejudice in the heterosexual community. That's where I can agree with them. And what it is, but it still comes down to the ones that are that serves that type of prejudice against LGBT people. Those folks are very minority. They are a minority. However, the mindset is there. The average man that looks at homosexuality, I think we look at it as more funnier than anything else. It's like we laugh at it and then we move the hell on. You know what I'm saying? And that has to be at a point of the way that they act. You know, the demeanor. You know,
it's the flamboyancy, the femininity. Here's what I want to do.
Yeah.
I want to hit up people. I want to hit up like people like Trey and Nathan Daly and Dre Blanco and see if they can give me some statistics on. All right, when it comes to the bullying of heterosexuals against LGBTQ, what race? What break it down by ethnic group? Right. How many of these hate crimes committed by whites, blacks, Hispanics, Asians, so on? And I want to look at that because I looked at some data from like 2019, and the part of that group that was bullied the most were bisexuals. They classify themselves as bisexuals, which, by my definition, it still makes you gay.
Yeah.
Because you're not heterosexual anymore. You're not.
But I think
heterosexuals don't enjoy relations or engage in relations with same sex. Now, if that's what you do, cool. I ain't saying there's a problem with that. That's your thing. That's your thing. My thing is, okay, it's just like with masculinity. There's no clear-cut, defined, stamped and sealed definition of what masculinity is. Okay, because it means different things to different people. There's overlap. There's a lot of overlap. Like if you and I define masculinity, there'll be a lot of overlap.
Yes.
In our definition, because you and I have been in conversations like that, and I noticed like I'd answer, then you would answer. It's like there's like three things that's different. In our definition, you know what I'm saying? So it's like
we're gonna keep, but the thing is that most of it is that we're gonna keep adding.
Yeah.
They're not going to be contrary of each other. It's just going to be more of adding and adding.
Right, and the additions just complement all the other ones. You know what I'm saying? So it's just, but there's no clear universal definition of it. And I think that's where the confusion comes in. And clearly defining things is where you start. Because you can't say, I got to walk my dog, but then you put a leash on a cat.
Right. Absolutely.
And then when I asked you, I'm like, wait, you said you was walking your dog. Yeah, but you got a cat here. You gonna walk a cat? It's just an animal. An animal is Oh, now you changed the whole thing now. Wait.
They got 4 feet. They both got fur.
Right. See, now you're changing the whole thing now. Okay. So you see what I'm saying? Like, even in the episode 1, I had things I disagreed with. I had pushback on some things, but for the first episode, that could not be that conversation. Because I had questions as well, and I brought data from the latest study on sexuality, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that was relevant to bring up so people can hear it, and people can even question me about the study I found, or ask, "Hey, could you put that link in the chat?" And I did put that link in the chat once, and no one else asked me to do it. So I was like, so no one cares about the study, like nothing. They found interesting stuff. There's no gay gene, and there's no straight gene. There's no bisexual gene. Like, it's not in your genetics. Your attraction to whatever gender is not in the genetics.
I didn't think, and that's what I was saying. I don't think that a lot of people were looking for that conversation. They literally was looking for conversation based off of what's going on between, and this is mostly men, the heterosexual and the LGBT men. That's what they wanted that conversation. And we have to get some foundations together first and foremost, because what they're saying is that we are misunderstanding who they are. There's going to be misunderstanding because you guys are not clear. One of the things is that that's why it was really relevant to ask them, what do you define masculinity is? What do you define femininity?
Because you asked one time, like, okay, are you pro patriarchy or pro matriarchy? That was, which I thought was a brilliant question.
Yeah,
a brilliant question.
And one of the reasons why is because if you hear their conversation, it's like they hate who they actually are, men, and they're trying to be who they're not, women, and that's the contradiction that we all see as heterosexual people. So that conversation has to be done at a high IQ, because the first thing that they're going to say is that you can't define masculinity and you can't define femininity. Now they're confused. Then they say we're confused. Then we will apologize to them and say, well, excuse my ignorance. No, not excuse mine. You don't sit back and say that you can't define masculinity and femininity, or a woman or a man, because guess what? You are a product of women and men getting together, having sex, and now you came there. Because it's still going to come down to how do you think a family is supposed to be, come to fruition? How do they speak about family when they're not speaking about what is grassroots? Woman, man, that's how the family come with children and all these different things. So then their conversation, it eliminates children as we making children together. You know why? Because two men can't make children together. Two women can't make children together.
Right. Now, the thing is, what got me about this conversation, and here's what, I even watched the replay with them on their panel, right? On their show, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was laughing. Not on theirs. It was on another one, right? Because some other people watched it, and they clipped it up, and they had me there. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, listen. He said, well, explain this, what he meant by this. Explain this, what he meant by that. I said, listen, I can't answer every question about every man on that panel. I said, those are grown men. They can stand on their own too with their point of view. When it comes to their point of view, they can stand on their own too. So, there's one time when they said that people, two men can't make a baby. I was just like, ugh. Because there's context, people had missed context in the conversation.
Right.
What I noticed is that we straight people and them, we have a hard time even understanding the language that we're talking. You know what I'm saying? Like they were ahead of that. They know that two men can't make a baby and two women can't make a baby. They know that you need the seed and the egg. They know that, but they'll say, okay, yeah, that's obvious. And in their mind, they was like, dipshit. But what they're talking about is today with modern science. You can have artificial insemination, you can do surrogacy. You have options through science to procreate, to take your seed or your egg and choose the donor. You can choose who's either egg or seed that you want. These banks, sperm banks, and donor banks have dossiers and resumes of the people who donate. from the dude on the street who just needed a check, needed some money, quick cash, right quick, to the Fortune 500 guy or the member of Mensa. You know what I'm saying? So you can read up on this person's background. And so that's what they were talking about when they said, yes, we can have babies. We can have babies. And then here's the crazy part. You got gay people, JT, you got gay people who actually do have sex, like gay men will have sex with a woman to get her pregnant and they'll have a baby. Or you have gay women who have sex with a man to get her pregnant. Mm-hmm. You do have that. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is, they were, so in that case, they were right on both counts. They can have babies in the natural way or through alternative means, we'll say. But it's like the straight people, us on the straight end of the fence, was like, it's like we were missing it. And I was watching, I was like, damn, how are they missing that? You know what I'm saying?
Let me get my man No Captivity with Freeze.
No Captivity with Freeze.
Freeze it.
Hold on, I got it. No Captivity with Freeze it. I ain't got the thick glasses though, man.
What's going on, Pimpin'?
Man, my bad, man. My damn computer was acting up for some reason, but we here now.
Here now.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to comment on what Mandrell was saying. The reason why that conversation started was because I had brought up a point that my only issue with, well, not only, but one of the major issues I have with that community is that a lot of times they don't like to acknowledge the foundation of humanity, like the foundation of humanity, and you know, we have to start from somewhere. We got to give respect to a man and a woman joining together. We got to give respect to that.
But
because
they were beyond, they were past that. They acknowledge it. I can't speak to the whole community, but the two I brought up there, they do acknowledge that. Like, okay, they came from the mixing of male and female. They know that's how nature works.
Right.
For them, you brought up that point. That's why they gave you that look. Like, what? Like you know, because there's like, later they was like, does he think we're stupid or something? I was like, no, it's an honest question.
No, I'm
pretty
sure.
But it's also that we have an audience. We have an audience, even though it's just like Mandrell, it could be something me and you talked about already, but because we get on the network, right? Yeah. And I will still ask you a question because we have an audience now.
Right.
And even though you know, we still have other people that's going to be raising the question.
And we got, like I said, it might be teenagers watching. You never know who's watching. It's not, people are always ghost watching. You never know, who's viewing the show. But I will say this: sometimes what they do is, and I've experienced this in real life, not just on YouTube, but a lot of times they will say, they don't need to have sex with the opposite sex to have a baby. And that statement is so, they'll leave it like that, right? And that statement is true, partially.
No,
partially it's true.
It's absolutely true. They ain't got to have sex with opposite sex.
Right. But the point I was trying to make about the foundation, right? When they say that hoping that the perception can be you don't need the opposite sex, right? So what I'm saying is that I understand that they don't need to have sex with the opposite sex to procreate, but it would just be nice for them to understand that. Listen, we know that you don't have to have sex. All I was saying is the foundation of it all is you need the opposite sex. You need the opposite sex to have a baby or to procreate. That's the only point I was making, right? So
how did that's the only point you was making. How did they get lost?
Well, it got to that because first we started out talking about the drag queens in the schools. and how I disagree with drag queens being in schools teaching kids or reading to kids unbeknownst to the parents' consent. And they were arguing that why do parents need to give consent for their children to be taught or read to by drag queens or yeah, I'm gonna just say drag queen. So I was saying that it's unfamiliar territory. That's when that conversation right there, that's when I said, listen, the reason why it's unfamiliar, right? I said it's because we have to start with a foundation. We'll be lying to ourselves thinking that parents aren't sending their kids to school. Heterosexual parents, because most of these kids come from heterosexual households. And we will be lying if we don't say to ourselves that most of these parents are expecting these kids to learn from either heterosexual teachers or even homosexual teachers that's teaching regular curriculum. But when you have a drag queen that's reading to my child about let's say a drag story or a story about homosexual or something like that, right? Alluding to homosexuality. That's a new territory. That's unfamiliar territory, and parents are not that. It's almost like a parent not knowing their kid is going on a field trip, right? It's okay if the school implements a field trip during that day in school, but I don't think it's okay for the child to go on that field trip if the parent doesn't know what's going on or give consent. The reason why the parent needs to give consent in that situation is because it's unfamiliar territory. That was my only point I was making. So I was saying that. So that's how the procreation thing came. I was like, we got to start with a foundation. You guys are being unrealistic if you don't think that, you know, these heterosexual parents understanding that the world in general, especially the Western Hemisphere. I'm just speak for the Western Hemisphere. The Western Hemisphere in general, the foundation of it. I'm gonna just say with the world in general, the foundation of it all is our heterosexual relationships. That's the foundation of it all. So for you to just be surprised that parents want consent for their child to sit down up under a drag queen, for you to be surprised that parents are wanting consent and they feel disrespected. I was flabbergasted that they was even surprised at that. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
when it comes to the whole thing with kids in school and parents' involvement with the kids in school, I agree with that. I think that I don't care what the school is doing. I don't care if you walk my kid across the street. I need you to send me a permission slip before that happens. Yeah. I need to know what my kid. Where are you taking my kid? But there's many kids that's being snatched up these days, and all kind of crazy stuff, goofy stuff happen. And you guys know my stance on kids. I don't even joke around. I don't. You know what I'm saying? I don't find that like assaulting a child or harming a child. That's not a game to me. Really
no matter if it's right, no matter if it's homosexual or if it's
he can be gay, straight, whatever. I don't care. It's not a game to me. So my thing is this: I think that permission slip should be granted. Should be provided to the parent, no matter what their school is doing. And if anyone other than the teacher is going to be interacting with my child, I need to know.
They had a problem.
Let's say. Well, that's it. For me, that's their perspective. That's why I look at it.
But that's where it got irritating to us, because listen, we're talking about logic. It has to be logical. I understand feelings and all of that shit, but we wasn't talking about it on feelings.
Exactly.
So this is why, if that conversation ever comes again, we got to get to the brass tacks of everything. Before we finish this point, let me read some of these comments. Cody is King. What's happening, partner? He says it's unacceptable, degenerate sexual behavior that is being pushed onto children. It's disgusting. Nidra, she says that the thing is, why would they have drag queens reading to children? Another good point. The other King Cody said at Nidra, he said grooming and trying to push the normalization that's that stuff. Oh, he said that's that stuff to further the agenda. Now, to that point, it was a question that was asked, right? Was there an agenda? Which would have had a great conversation if they did not dismiss it. They dismissed it. When you really see what they were saying, it went right back to slavery and all this other stuff. And that's what made me irritated, because they kept bringing it back, going all the way back to slavery. We're talking about right now. We're talking about the agenda that's happening right now. It is a definite agenda that they have, and it's to weaken the heterosexual man. They keep this. Let me show y'all something, man, because I got it queued up.
Yeah, while you look that up, while you got that going, here's the thing. What made me think is when they asked, "What's wrong with the drag queen reading to the kid?" So I started thinking. I was like, "Okay, this is a good debate. This is a good argument point, right?" Mm-hmm. It is a very good one, because on the one hand, it's out of the norm for most people, right? So people are uncomfortable with that being in the presence of their children. Understandable. However, on the other hand, it's just a person. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, it's just a person. Is that person hurting those kids? No. Is that person trying to snatch one of them up? No. They're just reading a children's story to the kids.
But that's wasn't
all there is to it. Like I said, that's the argument that can be had there, and that is a good debate.
But once we put context to it, then it changes. They will lose that argument, because what they are doing is still teaching sexuality while saying that they're not teaching sexuality. When you look at what they had in the library, they had a story where they had these doggone monsters going in, promoting libraries and books and all of this stuff, and they had this one monster that had a big old song. Like, he had a genital that was hanging, and we looking like, what is going on with that? When you got a man that's dressed like, not even dressed like just a woman, he's literally dressed like some in 1816 in England, with a big ass bouffant on top of his head and a whole bunch of paint, and talking about fairies. You going against mostly whatever it is those kids' parents were teaching them. You're going against that by doing that to them children. You're still teaching sexuality.
Gotcha. And here's the thing. They also brought up a good point. Conscious did as well, brought up a really good point when he's like, okay, but what about when you buy kids Barbie and Ken dolls? And they can take those clothes off, and there's breasts there, there's a butt there, there's sexual body parts there. They can be used, and then you can take the dolls and strip them naked and do all the hunching things with it. Very good point.
It was a very bad point, Mandrell.
Why let me bring that up? And you bring that into our house.
Nope. They made a very bad point. First and foremost, all you seen on the dial was that it was breasts, and it was only because of the clothes that they're wearing. They even had her it's like the female. They didn't have a vagina showing. They didn't have, for the male, they didn't have his penis showing. They just had it for the anatomy because they had clothes on. And at the end of the day, you are supposed to be at a point where you would say, when a child goes to the parent and they're asking the parent about why did she got these, and you know how kids can ask them. They'll come out there and ask something that we'll be amazed at them speaking. Why she got breasts, daddy? Why she got breasts and he don't have breasts, mommy? We can explain it as parents and say, because girls eventually will have breasts, and soon in life you will have breasts also. It's just going to be that part. And you also will have a period. You also going to be going, I was your age one day, because the mom can actually tell the child where they're going to be, because the mom was there at one time. The dad can tell the son where he's going to be at a certain part of his life, because the dad was there too. So when you're talking about dolls, first and foremost, some people don't even allow their kids to play with dolls because of something other than sexuality. They want them to be a little more closer to reality, what reality is. We think about the initial reason why we girls was playing with dolls in a house and all these things, and boys was playing with trucks and army figures and all these different things. It was to groom us. That was an agenda to keep us where we understand that this is what life is about. When you're talking about other stuff, man, they can't sit back and tell us that what we were taught was wrong. How? Okay, when science backs it up.
I don't know if they're saying that what we were taught was wrong. I don't know. Again, I don't know if that's what they were saying. But what you got for us here? What part is this?
Okay, so this part right here was, I got it written down. This was when right after Freezy talked, right after Information Man talked, and probably myself. And this was the part where Conscious TV was saying that he was triggered because of the answers that we was getting. Now, this has only been 34 minutes into the show on Friday. This was on Friday. 34 minutes into the show, and he already was starting out with, hearing these answers already triggered me. Before we get into that, Nidra said it's men dressed up as women. Can you imagine what will go through in a child's mind? What's going in, what we're going through in a child's mind? It's confusing. It's confusing.
Before you go,
they're trying to normalize it with children.
Before you go on, JT, when they mention the Barbie dolls, this is what I be talking about that community be reaching. They be trying to reach too far. Like, do you know how long the concept of dolls have been in society? Like, it's probably they made dolls out of
medieval
wood.
Times. It's medieval times.
Exactly, long time ago. You know what I'm saying? Even not only that, even in certain religions, they make little figures, little human figures and stuff. With and some of those figures had the body parts. I mean, we got statues, we got art, we got a bunch of stuff. You understand what I'm saying? But all I'm saying, like, for you to substantiate your argument by bringing in Barbie and Ken, this is what I'll be talking about. Like, come on, bro. Like we're going down a rabbit hole, and this is why no solutions can be made, because I'll go ahead. You can play the video, but you get the gist of what I'm saying.
Absolutely. What's up, Army Vet? He says the feminist movement agenda was to take the man out of the house. They won. Feminists. What did they expect to happen? The children suffered. Who was I? Absolutely. Nidra said, I don't think it's appropriate. Cody S. King said, Nidra, it also is it's also falsely, what is it? Falsely teaching. Oh, it falsely teaches them to be trusting to those people who are largely mentally ill and dangerous. To the kids, let alone adults, unacceptable. It's unacceptable. I got you. I understand what you're saying, bro. Most definitely. I agree with both of those. All right, so this is where we at, man. And I'm gonna go ahead and play it, and then we'll talk about it from there.
First, Conscious TV, what are your thoughts? And then
can you hear that? Can y'all hear it?
Yeah, we hear it.
Then we go to freezing.
Oh, I have quite a few thoughts. I already feel triggered the hell up, for one.
Come on. What's going on with YouTube, man?
Same thing been going on with me.
Yeah, I think it's YouTube itself, because my computer is straight. Everything else is good over here. Damn. There it goes. It's about to come up now. All right, here we go. Come on, man. I hate this. This was an intricate part too, man, because it just started out when we wasn't even in that 30 minutes yet, man, and they were already triggered, already going hard. Hold on, let me see if I do the thing again.
I'm wise enough to know that those people participated in a bunch of
damn. I don't know if we're gonna be able to get it, man, because YouTube tripping like a mug right now. And I wanted to get this one out. This was when Freezy, right after when you were saying it, when you were just talking about that, what you was just talking about.
Yeah.
And you was talking. I don't know if we'll be able to get it, fellas.
Well, you tried to refresh it a few times already?
Yeah, try to refresh it already. It was doing well. I redid my whole computer and everything.
You want me to try to play it for mine? And you want me to
yeah, see if you can. Yep, you can go ahead and we'll share it.
That's emasculate the black man. Barbershop talk. Okay, I got you.
Yeah. But while we waiting on that, just let me know. Just when you put it up there, I'm gonna share it.
All right, you remember the timestamp too?
Yep, I got it. I already got them. It's 3411. Right. But until then,
feminine homosexual acts, you know, in the past and throughout.
No, go ahead, bro. Just gonna keep doing it. But yeah, Mandrell, it's just it got to a point where it was just very, what's the word, pretentious, and they're not trying to hear us, bro. They're not trying to hear anything we have to say. I even went and looked on Conscious his channel and hearing what they had to say. They didn't get nothing out of it because they already had the mindset that we was gonna pounce on them. At the end of the day, we're all just having conversation. So it does go to the point where it's more heterophobic than anything else. Because
it's down there, JT, whenever you're ready.
Yeah. All right, there we go.
Just let me know the timestamp and I'll go to it.
Go to 3411.
Okay. 3411. Gotcha.
Not 3 hours. Yeah. Is it up all the way up there?
Oh, 3411.
Yeah, 34 minutes.
Gotcha. Hold on, let me. There we go.
That's good right there. Yeah, that's good right there.
All right.
Being judged at a different barometer. Don't play with me tonight. I'm going to break it down tonight. Oh yes. Oh yes.
Absolutely, brother. That's why you're here, man. I appreciate you, brother. Hey, Freezy. No. Conscious TV first. Conscious TV. What are your thoughts? And then we go to Freezy.
Oh, I have quite a few thoughts. I already feel triggered the hell up for one. So let me go back and address just a few things that were laid out for two.
Okay.
Jesus God, where I start? So, this weird ass conversation about the minority of masculine men in basketball and in these athletic realms being effeminized is very funny to me. How fragile as cisgender.
You see, do you understand, Mandrell, how they already are coming off? They're already, when I tell you, when we was on that channel, nobody said anything against them at all. Only thing we were speaking was the mindset, the agenda of Hollywood, the agenda of NBA, NFL, all these different things. With my man, Information Man, shout out to Information Man. When he started talking, they got mad at Information Man for saying what he was saying. He kind of like, it was the same sentiments that I was saying when it came down to the basketball players and the visual that they had, where you had these supposed to be heterosexual men dressing in Prada, dressing in Gucci, and they're wearing these damn feminine clothes, carrying purses, wearing fucking makeup. It's like, it was just It's like, what the hell? And I understand. See, this is the craziest part. If we would have had the conversation, if they didn't deny it, and we had the conversation, they would have understood exactly what we were talking about. We already know a part of what propaganda is visual. That's why they call it television. It's pretty much. So this is all we were saying at the beginning. That conversation could have been a whole lot better had these guys at least would have challenged what the fuck we saying. They couldn't challenge what we were saying. They were dismissing what we were saying. If you hear what Conscious just said, I'm already triggered. And then he starts saying this dumbass conversation we have. How disrespectful is that, bro? Super disrespectful. But let's continue.
Masculinity falls apart at the sight of a handful of people comparative to the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, the Carmelo Anthonys, the Charles Barkleys, the Kobe Bryants, the Magic Johnsons, the Kevin Durant, who represent heteronormativity across the board. You would think that the images that some of the black men who are crying aloud from the land are so upset about literally are the majority of the behavior and the aesthetic of black men in this freaking country. Now, I'm a black man, right, who does have an androgynous edge. And so while these effeminate niggas may not represent 99.9% of the men on this panel, they represent me. And because my tax dollars go into this raggedy ass country, I think I deserve to see that representation. And there needs to be men who look like other black men, because none of these black men look like me. So thank God there are black men who are toting around they wigs and they weaves and popping their lip gloss and got their black fingernails and all of that, because that is there as well. Now I find it funny.
Pause it.
That also, because my big issue.
You see how that can not trigger men, but get us to want to have the conversation with them. Thank God we have these men that's out here that's looking like me, popping their lip gloss and all these different things. Hey man, y'all do what y'all want to do. But we ain't talking about that. We were talking about how they're trying to transform the black heterosexual man in America. That's why we have such a problem with them. It's not the fact that it's gay men, it's the fact that they're trying to effeminate and this is by effeminize by visual. Man, we look, when we talk about this Hollywood thing and we talk about sports, these places, man, have major influence on the world, specifically America has an influence on the world. Those countries that's out there that used to have tradition, that kept their families intact, they're slowly dying out. They're slowly dying out because everybody wants to live that fantasy world that they see in America. It's just what it is. But when you have these guys right here and they're saying, look, thank God that this is happening, you're going to have, when you got mostly heterosexual men, because we have a different type of value that they hold. Our morals are definitely not the morals that they hold. How are we going to have, and it goes right back to the question, how are we going to have this whole bridging the gap with them? The more and more we hear them talking, the more and more they're the ones that's the damn terrorists.
I think a lot of their premises or stances is that people are going to be who they're going to be. That's what they try to. That's what they were explaining to me. They feel like heterosexual people are complaining for nothing because people are going to be who they want to be. Just like when we had the disagreement about the sexual assault with the kids, they're saying that, sexual assault had, in any case, had nothing to do with the child or influencing the child to become the opposite sex, or to identify as the opposite sex. they're saying that the child was already like that. It's just that the sexual offender kind of brought it out them earlier than it should have. And Conscience was saying, Conscience was the main one spewing that argument, but he was saying that all across the board with every child. So when he said that, I knew right then it was going to be hard for me to come to understanding with Conscience that, hey, listen, there are a lot of kids. Let's not even go to the adults, because I know I'm not going to be able to convince him with the adults. But when he stated his argument about the kids, I knew it was going to be hard. I was trying to tell him, bro, it's a lot of kids that most kids are impressionable, if not all. And I was asking them, do you think kids can be influenced? When I was on their panel, I asked a simple question: do you think kids can be influenced? Bro, you wouldn't believe. Mandrell had cammed off by then. He had went to sleep or something. But they said no. They don't feel like no kid can be influenced.
Yes.
Not to be gay. I don't think so either.
No kid.
I don't think any kid can be influenced to be gay.
So
I don't think so. Because the thing is, what makes you gay is your attraction to the same sex. What makes you straight is your attraction to the opposite sex. That's what makes you gay or straight. What makes you bisexual, it makes you bisexual is you're attracted to both. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could take me and put me in a prison for 350,000 years. I'm never gonna have sex of any kind with any one of them dudes. I'm just not gonna do that. There's nothing about a dude that's ever attracted me to him.
Can I ask you a question?
Nothing attractive about a dude. So let
me ask you a question, though, Mandrell. So
yeah, and look, even as a kid, think about all three of us. Even as kids, all we knew is one day we looked at a girl, we were like, "Oh, she's pretty." You like what you saw, and it's the same thing with them. One day they looked at a boy and they liked what they saw.
Well, okay, but Mandrell, listen. That's why I said I wish we could have went more deeper into the discussion, which probably would have led to, an uncomfortable discussion. But we didn't even scratch through, the layers that we needed to scratch to understand how kids can be influenced to be gay.
They
right?
can.
I'm gonna tell you why. Because so me and my wife talk about this all the time. We got a relationship, like we talk about every damn thing, but when it comes to a man's erection, right, or a little boy's erection, his genital can become erect from anything, bro. From brushing up against anything, from anything. If a man, if a young boy was assaulted by a man, and he was touching him in a certain way, just because that young boy's genital becomes erect, that doesn't mean he likes men. But the young boy, but the young boy can be fooled into thinking that's why his genital became erect. You understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, Freezy. I just don't think that's the case. That boy's gonna know he didn't find that dude attractive, and the kid's gonna ask. The kid might ask, "Well, then why did I get an erection?" Then you explain to him what you just explained to me. When you're that age, almost in it, and especially God help you if he's in puberty. He hit puberty. God help you if puberty kicked in, bruh. You could just be standing there and then.
But it's
what I'm saying. But the thing is, what makes you gay is your attraction to the same sex. What makes you straight is your attraction to the opposite sex.
So what about the men that say they're not gay?
They're gay.
But just because they might get some fellatio from
Freezy, what kind of question is that, Freezy? Again,
what I'm saying is, that's why I was telling the panel we have to have a foundation somewhere. All of these,
we got the foundation, Freezy. If you get topped by a dude, you gay.
Right.
Or someone who was born male. And now here's the thing: if you know, and that's the thing, because you got the transgenders to include in this too. Now you got some out there that look just like women. Now, if you know that person was born male. Now we got another conversation.
Okay, here. But listen, I've got something else to look into. But listen, I've heard Fatty. Let me take Fatty for example. Fatty said on Fight Club, there's a transgender named Sydney Star. I don't know if y'all heard of Sydney Star, but
I've heard of it. Wasn't she on Vlad TV one time?
Yeah, she was on Vlad TV. Well, yeah. And then not only that, you know, she got famous because they were saying that Chinky, I think his name Chinky from St. Louis, the rapper Chinky. Yeah. They was trying to say he messed with her and everything, and that's how she got famous or whatnot. And then I think she started. I mean, I hate to call him she. He started talking to the dude off of Family Matters. I forgot the son from Family Matters. I don't know. I forgot his name, but anyway,
Winslow or whatever his name is.
Yeah. They started talking and whatnot. But what the point I'm trying to make is,
he definitely it was that bullshit that he did. He did that same thing where he denied it. He was like, they're just good friends. But then he kind of like tiptoed around the shit. He was on that I'm trans friendly and all that crazy ass shit too. And it got to the point where now that's the whole thing. So it ruined his, I guess, the perception of him, because everybody else thinking that now the man is gay because. And
what's the other dude off of New York Undercover? Malik Yoba.
Malik Yoba.
And he came out in full throat and admitted.
No, but this is what he was doing. No, because they were against him. No, he did that same bullshit. This is why I was getting upset on the panel. Let me tell you what he did. When he was on the Breakfast channel, the Breakfast show, he was promoting a play that he was doing, and he was playing a trans man. Right. And so what happened was that once he got into conversation, he's trying to be so into the LGBT community, he promoted it to a point where he said that he was trans attractive. He was like, because they're beautiful, I like the way they look, and blah, 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 and this and that. It came and bit him in the ass in their community, not in ours. Everybody in our community said, "Man, you out your damn mind." They turned, the LGBT community turned on him. When he went around, now he's upset because he had men putting him on, bringing him on the show. Judge Joe Brown had him on the show. He was trying to fall back on that. He hung up on Judge Joe Brown. Him and Dr. Umar Johnson got into it. It was at the point because he was in that whole thing of trying to be friendly with them, and he overdid it. Now his whole MO is messed up because guess what, dog? You got that label now.
And I wanted just to finish what I was saying. My point in what I was saying was to mention Sydney Star. Fatty said he called him a she. She looks better and is finer than most of these black women out here. And then I told Fatty, don't you ever say that bullshit again. Thank you. And he was like, no, it's not. I'm not saying it like that. I'm just saying her.
But what do you mean he ain't? What does he mean he ain't saying
he was
like
saying
that?
He was saying her body. But I didn't say that.
Stop the madness, Freezy.
I didn't say that to harp on Fatty. The point I'm trying to make
is you're too fucking late. I'm gonna harp on him.
Really, we're gonna talk about it a little bit.
I'm gonna go get Noble from the World Class. We gonna harp on him.
I just dropped the link.
Everybody is talking about Mandrell. Who took your balls? You've been castrated, Mandrell. Well, you're being too nice. And when I hear stupid stuff like that, okay, it started swinging the axe.
Well, he said, to be fair, he said that like almost a year ago.
But I don't care if he said it almost 30 years ago.
You're right. But the point I'm trying to make is there are a lot of men in these modern times making crazy comments like that. You know why? Because society has become desensitized. They become desensitized to their agenda. I'm telling you, bro. So when we have to be careful when we say children cannot be influenced to be gay. They can, dog. I'm telling you. They can be psychologically fooled into thinking, oh, I was born like, You don't even believe that. You don't even believe that, man.
Here's my thing.
Wait, Cody as King said, Mandrell, them truly being gay and being influenced to participate in gay in that behavior and actions to be socially accepted are two different things. Now, we can break it down to that point because I believe that they are, but it is a social thing also. Because this is, remember what you were, when you had started on Wednesday, when you were trying to get to that conversation of, can someone be born gay? Can they, naturally come out and, all these different things? The answer to conclude it was, we don't know. Right?
No, the answer was, the question was, what makes a person gay, straight, bi, trans, whatever? What about the human body or psyche governs what you're attracted to? What makes a person gay? What person straight? That's the answer that I was trying to find.
So
the answer was, that's how the answer came out. Like, it's complicated. So it's like that's the equivalent of JT. Not even saying I don't know. It's not even the equivalent. It's the equivalent of I don't know. Like, they just as confused now at the end when they started.
Do you believe a child can be born gay?
Yeah, I believe that. Here's the thing.
So you think? Wait. You think all homosexuals?
Let me clarify.
Okay, go ahead.
Whatever part of our body governs what we're attracted to, whenever that kicks in them, whenever that kicks in us humans, for some people, they find same-sex attraction. Most of us, opposite sex attractive. Even fewer still, both. You know what I'm saying? Or maybe more. I don't know. I don't know how many people out there switch hit. I don't know. But what was your next question? Do I think people can be born gay?
Do you think that all homosexuals were born gay?
Yeah, because they're attracted to that. See that, like I said, what determines if you're gay or not is what you look at and you like. I like a woman. I love a woman's body. I love a female. So I'm attracted to that, and that's what makes me straight. So it's the attraction there. Now, what they're participating in, hey, whoever doing that, I don't know what to call that, Freezy. I'm not gonna lie to you. But if a person is attracted to the same sex, they're gay, and I think those people are born that way. They're born attracted. They're born with the propensity to be attracted to same sex.
So this is what I'm saying. Let's say a child that's at the age where they don't even know about sex. They don't even know what sex is. They don't know the meaning of a man and a woman getting together. They haven't been taught the birds and the bees, all that bullshit, right? But physically, they still have erections and all that stuff. If a grown man sexually assaults a young boy, and that boy does get an erection, you think that this boy, he just liked the men from the start because of that?
No. That doesn't mean just because you have an erection because when someone's assaulting you doesn't make you gay. There are women who have, and this messes women up, who go through this, unfortunately, who actually climax during while they're being assaulted. Yeah. And it messes them up psychologically. They're like, hold on, I didn't want to be assaulted. I didn't like that. Why did this happen? Right. So you have to factor in that, because the body's going to have a reaction to it. Good, bad, right, wrong, or indifferent.
Exactly.
Right? So some reactions are automatic. Little boys find out at an early age during puberty, if you touch yourself in a certain way enough, something happens, right? Okay. And that's about what it is, Freeze. I mean, it don't make them gay because you had an erection don't make you gay. Because now you have to factor in all the kids who were assaulted, but they're not gay.
Right. So the point I'm trying to make
is, and assisted assault, since the assault stopped, for however long it was taking place, now that it stopped and the kid was safe, they're going on and growing up, got married with a woman, have families, never had another sexual experience with a same sex ever again. You have to factor in for all those people now, Freezy, because
no, I agree with you. But the point I was trying to make is, you actually agree with me. There are kids that can be sexually induced.
No, I'm not saying they induced.
With the same, with the same sex involved, as a older same sex involved, and they will be influenced to think later on without even telling their mom or dad what happened, or somebody else that happened to them, right? They just go on through life knowing that happened to them by the same sex, with no answers to their questions, no answers or nothing. But they try to rationalize, why did they get an erection? And with a lot of those cases, they just come up with the conclusion that maybe they liked it. Maybe they like the same sex. And they continue to, listen what I'm saying. That's why on their panel, I did a study. I read a study, right? From the National Science, I forgot the name. It was a credible source, but so basically, the people, the heteros, they did a study, and the heterosexual people that were sexually assaulted versus the homosexual people that were sexually assaulted, it wasn't even close. Like, for the men, it was like 56% homosexual. And for the heterosexual men, it was like 7%. For the women, it was like 30% homosexual. For the heterosexual women, it was like 2%. Is this coincidental?
Well, the thing is, Crazy, that's why therapy is important. But I understand what you're saying, why therapy is important, but these people didn't get therapy. Now they're, like you said, rationalizing their head. Did I like this or did I not? But those are by far and away not the majority. I don't think. The thing is, there's too much evidence pointing to people who are assaulted as children but go on to be heterosexual. The second after it's done, and they never have another sexual encounter with the same sex ever again in life. There's too many examples of that. Far too many, which is unfortunate because that means that a lot of these people have gone through that traumatic experience. But that's why I say no. And at best, and if I'm going to disagree with my answer of no, at best I can give you is I don't know. The best I can give you in contrast to that is I don't know.
Hey, Mandrell, let me get my mans in here. Mr. Bennett, Scam Likely, the two brothers that's also a part of this network, man. Hey, how y'all brothers doing, brother?
Doing good.
Mr. Bennett, so what is it that you actually gathered out of what Mandrell and what No Captivity is talking about right now? What is your take on that whole concept?
Honestly, this is an area I really don't try to spend a lot of time in as far as cause and effect. I used to. But now I'm to the point where, to me, it's not so much the cause and effect. To me, it's about just recognizing people. We have gay people. We have people of all stripes, and just acknowledging that. I think when we had that first show, Mandrell, I led off the show trying to, if I offered an olive branch, if you will, the idea of recognition that, look, there have always been gay people. I don't think there's a conspiracy to create more gay people. Because I think you and JT were having an earlier conversation as far as, is there an agenda or not? I just think who's been here, I think there's always been here. And I think now they're just being recognized. But to the outside, to the perception is that we're somehow creating more of them. Now, again, I went through how they've been shapers of our culture. We might not have known they were gay at the time. We might have had their suspicions, but in terms of the arts, the culture, the social justice, all that, they've always been there. So I spend less of my time focusing in on what causes gayness. I personally believe that it's definitely something that you come into the world with, or that you have a predisposition towards that, and I don't think you can necessarily be shaped, at least not in mass. Now, look, there's always going to be in any study, there's always going to be outliers. There's always going to be exceptions to the rules. But can we make such claims a standard that that you're gay because you might have been assaulted as a child, or you were exposed to something, or what have you? Again, I don't think so, because again, the number of, as you was talking about, Mandrell, the number of people who've gone through that, or even straight men who might be in prison, and that might be a part of the culture. You might have some people go to that, but it's not the majority of them that come out with that. So on the whole, I focus less on what causes it, but more so, I think we're certainly in the last 50 years, we're trying to figure out, okay, well, how do we live with that? How do we, how can we coexist and allow people to be themselves? So really, you can, just like with any study, you can find supporting documentation for the belief that you have, that sort of confirmation bias. You can always find that. But it's just not a question. To me, I can just spin my head just trying to get around, okay, there has to be a cause, there has to be something, or someone's doing something or whatever. I just don't, these days at my age, I just don't spend a lot of time dwelling on that as much as, I see some people do.
Well, as far as like the sexual assault, we all know that there are a lot of people that went through that and still turned out heterosexual, right? We know that. But we have to recognize that there is a correlation when it comes to these studies. There's a correlation between the amount of homosexual people that experience that and heterosexual people that experience that in these studies in correlation.
Well, it's interesting you say that, Freezy, because one thing that I've heard in many scientific study, and this is sometimes things that people get confused, correlation does not mean causation. That's something that in most studies I look at, they'll even put it in bold. They'll put it in print to say, hey, yeah, we did find a correlation, but then they'll always put that extra on there, so that doesn't necessarily mean causation. We haven't gotten there yet. There was a study that just came out now talking about ketogenic diets or something like that, saying that, well, there's a correlation between ketogenic diet, which really, when you look at the data, it really wasn't a ketogenic diet because it had 25% carbohydrates. But they were saying there's a correlation between that and an increase in heart disease. But then again, at the end of the study, they put that misnomer on there. It's like, that doesn't mean causation. We're not saying that it's causing that, but certainly with that correlation, I think, for those who want to pursue it, it is a grounds for more research and more study, if in fact you want to go there and do that. So I think, but just in the general space, when we talk about, especially we talk about science and statistics and whatnot, sometimes we conflate those two, and they're not the same.
Okay, so it's just like, okay, I agree with what you're saying. I asked Drelly earlier, does he feel like all homosexuals were born that way? And he simply said yes. But there's no concrete study that's saying, or evidence that says they are, that anyone was born gay. There hasn't been. You understand what I'm saying?
Right. So I'm not right. So even like I would lean towards his answer, but I don't have any scientific data or stats for causation to justify that. Yeah, I just look at history. I look at cultures where, it exists in every culture in the world, where the most repressive
throughout all of human history,
historic cultures where it was capital punishment,
and then also
to be in that situation, and yet people still had that. I've seen kids since very early ages. Talk about 2-3 years old start to exhibit tendencies from parents that are, I've seen preachers' kids.
Mr. Bennett, but you and I know, Mr. Bennett,
households.
and I know you and I know that belief is a powerful thing, right? I know people.
Also,
I know.
understand this.
I know Jehovah's Witnesses. I know Jehovah's Witnesses that was on the hospital bed. It's against their religion to get
take a
blood transfusion.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
To save their life, all they needed to do was get that transfusion.
That's right.
But because of their belief, they went ahead and went on to the law.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is belief is a powerful thing. So you mentioned capital punishment. I believe that somebody could be so entrenched with believing that they are homosexual that they will die for it. I believe that. But all I'm saying is, you're saying you've seen it throughout society in history, but you guys are throwing out influence. You're throwing influence in the trap. You're saying that nobody can actually be influenced.
No, but what I'm saying is, what would be the influence? A lot of what we're talking about now is in modern terms or modern culture, how the influence is. But go back in time when there was no social media, there was no TV, there was nothing there in these ancient societies to influence, unless somebody, again,
yes, it was.
If somebody else, I get it. I mean, there was.
There was art. That was the arts. It was pretty much kind of like the same way on what we have now. It was still the arts. You still had plays. You had people writing books. You had and it was a social influence that was there.
Oh,
not only that, you had religions.
That I agree with.
Not only that, you had religions that actually made people believe that if you practice homosexuality, it gave
right.
you more power.
Right.
Like Horus, or his sons. He used to have sex with his son Seth and all that kind of stuff. These are Egyptian gods.
Okay, hold on.
My only point was, you have religions that clearly forbid it, and yet you still have people who did it.
That's my point.
Or why would the religion have to even create the edict unless they knew that existed?
Because you had kings. You had kings exemplifying this behavior. You had Caesar exemplifying this behavior.
Freezy.
Hey, brothers, before y'all finish your thought, hold on. Let me welcome Randall Misogynist. What's going on, man?
How you doing, Johnny? Can you hear me?
All right. I want to get Scam Likely in on this conversation also.
One quick. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you cook right after that. We're gonna get Scam in here, and then we're gonna get Random Misogynist.
All right, my thing is this, Freezy, because I look at this full circle. We see how society treats them. We see how history treats them. We see how other countries treat them, right? They're still in other countries, I'm going to name any names, where it is capital punishment just to be that or exhibit any signs of it. You're done for good. So knowing that, if it is a choice, why would you choose to be that? It cannot be. It cannot be, Jeff Freezy. It cannot be a choice. It cannot be a choice. Now, that's why I say that, because people are saying like, well, it's kind of like being black. No, it's not like being black. We had no choice. We're born this way. We look this. We can't hide that. You can hide being a homosexual or bisexual, whatever. You can hide that. Dress like a dude, talk like a dude. Like the whole nine.
What you just said didn't make no sense, Drelly, because
who would choose that?
It's a choice to be a drug dealer.
Yeah, but it's not a choice to be.
It's a choice to traffic. It's a choice to traffic kilos of cocaine across America, but they still do it.
Yeah, but they're doing it for money, survival. There's an incentive there.
So listen, Big Mike Drop said.
There's no incentive to be gay.
It's not.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Big Mike Drop. He said sexualization is a form of socialization. There are people born gay, but most are made that way through nurture.
Well, that's a positive. That's a step in the right direction. Because again, for a lot of people to even acknowledge that some are born that way, I mean, that's something that a lot of people, I think, even Freezy. I mean, could you buy that, what he just said?
I don't think nobody's born gay.
Okay, so that his very statement is something that a lot of people don't necessarily embrace, and I think I would look at it as a middle ground position. But
he also said with that is through nurture. So that's a very important piece to it.
That's a great question. That's a great question. So, that's, you know, but the acknowledgement that some are going to be born that way, I think that's a step that a lot of people in these spaces won't accept.
But it's more of a contradiction that Mandrell was saying though. So you saying that a person can be born that way, but they can't be influenced? How you can be influenced to be anything? That's the purpose of having parents.
You can be influenced to want to be a superhero.
You can be influenced for that because it still comes down to there's behavior. There's a behavior component to that also. So I'm saying when it actually comes down to it, all of it can actually have some truth in all of it. I don't believe that nothing is one way. I think there's truth to all of it. I believe a person can be born a homosexual. I believe that is. Now, is it done in the magnitude which a lot of people would say? No. I think it's kind of like someone that's born with two sexual organs. They have a vagina, they have a penis. It's not a whole bunch of them, but it is possible that it can also be in a mental state too. I mean, it is. Because a lot of this has to do with the way we think.
So you think it is rare, or it's extremely rare, or almost like a mutation for a person to be born that way. It is not a norm for those who are of that. You don't think that's normative that they're born that way. Just to understand your position.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now I may disagree. I may flip it.
Yeah,
I don't know. Again, I don't want to put a percentage on it. I want to say 70, 30, 90,
I say
but I would
them
probably go. That's where you and I would disagree. But I think I think the fact that we can acknowledge that all these things are possible, I think that is the basis to have a conversation. But if you're going to say that no one's born that way, or that people or not socialized to be that, you're always, to me, that's such a rigid bind that it's hard to have a conversation.
When you go to those when you go there, you're going into, in my humble opinion, you're going into murky waters, because now you got this Family organization. They're saying that they was born like that. They saying that they was Nambler. I keep saying Family. Nambler.
What is that? Explain what that is. I don't know what that is.
National Association.
It's basically it's the men who are attracted to young people. I'll just leave it at that.
Hey, okay, I got you. Yes,
so they're going,
absolutely.
So they're in Congress. They're in Congress actually lobbying, trying to tell America that they were born being sexually attracted to kids.
Come on, Freezy.
He's not lying.
I'm not saying he's lying.
Oh, okay.
But Freezy.
But what makes them?
Here's the thing. The thing is, you can't have pedos in the same conversation as gays unless
I don't know why
pedos.
No, I don't know why, Mandrell. I don't know why. Let me tell you.
Hey, hold on. Those are two different worlds, man.
Let me tell you why it's not, Mandrell. Let me tell you why it's not. First and foremost, they're trying to push something that you know that they shouldn't be pushing. That a child should be able to mutilate themselves, sexually mutilate themselves. You think that's not a gateway to that? If you got a child, when we talking about, we're talking. He's saying that you can't put homosexual with the whole pedo thing. You can because you can do that for the simple fact that they're trying to make it where children should be able to have.
No. But Big Mike drop Cam up or Mike up, one of the two. You got to explain that comment. Wait, Mike. Listen, now I don't know if you met Big Mike Drop, JT, but Big Mike Drop is the guy I'm thinking about bringing to.
Bro, Big Mike Drop was on. He was on our channel. Remember when we did the?
Yeah. Fair enough. Okay, he is the one I'm thinking about bringing it for part 2 of that conversation.
Come on, Mike, hit that.
My thing is this. That to me is a bridge too far when you bring it up the child, the whole child molestation, the pedophiles and wrapping them up in with them. I'm just like, one plight is not the other. I get what you're saying. No, hold on. I get what you're saying, JT. They're in Congress trying to normalize something that people who don't participate in that lifestyle are uncomfortable with. I get that, and we find it immoral. I get that. But their cause is not the same. One is for same sex for adults and people of comparable age, maturation between the two people involved, or however many involved. The other one is a full-grown adult going after a child.
I disagree, bro. They're trying. This is the biggest problem we have right now is trying to make it where children can make their own decisions under 12 years old, pre-pubescent. But
we all know that a child under 12 years old doesn't really know anything.
No, but what I'm saying is, in Congress, they're trying to put this in Congress where these children can make that decision.
You really think that Congress is going to go along with that?
Yes, because you got a whole bunch of those. You got a whole bunch of the LGBT that's in Congress that is fighting for it. That's pushing for these things to happen. Yes,
and not only that.
Well, I can't say you're wrong. I can't say you're wrong.
These guys, they have their own flag. They have
not only that, right? It is meshing together, because the argument that a child was already like that before they got sexually assaulted is explaining away the sexual assault. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, so it is meshing together.
No, it's not.
Okay, so
here's my thing.
Wait, Drilly.
If you go after a child, Freezy, I don't care what you are. You can be an alien. You go after a child, death penalty in my book. I don't care who you are. All the sexuality and all this LGBT, all that BS out the window.
But
hold on. You go after a child. Let's keep that there. You're an adult who goes after a child. And I ain't talking about no 10 years on the death row. You got 6 months to state your case and make all your appeals.
But it's the homosexual community, especially in the professional world, that's coming up with these crazy studies saying, which is what Conscious referenced, which I found out he referenced. It was an Atlanta publication saying that in some cases it's been debunked that children were influenced to be homosexual from sexual assault. They're saying they're saying that all those children were like that already. It's just that the sexual assault brought them out of it. Brought them out of the
there's evidence of that.
It was not.
Freezy, I read the study that said it was.
Okay, hold on, fellas. Hold on.
On that Wednesday night, I read from the study that said it was.
Yeah, it was a publication from Atlanta. It wasn't even.
No, not that one. No, not that one. The publication from Atlanta got their story through. They did their own study, and they also got the evidence from that study that I read, which is the now known as the definitive one. There are a lot of cases where those kids were already either gay or going to be gay anyway.
How they know
that?
Hold on. Wait, hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Because they're attracted to the same sex. That's how.
All right, so stick a pin in that right quick, bro. We definitely got to get Scam Likely in here. We got to get my man Random Misogynist in here, and we just got my man Big Mike. We got to get all three of those in there. What's up, Big Mike? What's going on with you, bro?
What up with y'all?
Yeah, it's cool. And by the way, Random Misogynist, that's Cody is King. He ain't fooling.
Oh, Cody is King, my dude. All right, Scam Likely, man. What's your take on this right now, bro?
I hear a lot of dust. There's ways conversations can be rigged, and they do it all the time. Data manipulation. An article written by some scientist, Smith, who doesn't exist in 1886. You can do whatever you want and come up with anything to push your agenda. I can say, well, black men are the original people of Earth. You need to read this book written by Joe Blackenstein. You didn't read that book, did you? You can do that. So, therefore, to be honest, some of this you got to use your own critical thinking and make your own judgment. All I can say is this. I know some dudes who've been purged when they were kids. They came out later and are gay. I know some who weren't that are gay. Purgage alters your mind. I haven't been, but just in general critical thinking is something that is not normal, that can really jack up your brain. If y'all don't believe me, you know what? Let's not protect any more kids. Just send 5, 7, and 8-year-olds to be with anybody. So on one side, you're saying, hey, protect the kids because there's creeps out there. But if you're saying it won't alter them and make them promiscuous or loose and crazy and out there, if you don't believe it, just let them walk up and down the street freely. So it's got to be.
That's a good point.
Hey, no cap. Hold on for a minute, Scam Likely. Hey, no cap.
Yeah.
Can you do me a favor, bro, and hit the video on 4 hours, 4000. Go ahead, Scam Likely. I just wanted to do that. The 4 hour mark on the video.
I'm already there.
Okay, all right. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, all you can use is critical thinking. I can't pull up a scientist or do a lab test tomorrow on a gay man in Walmart and tell you, yep, I'm correct. It reads blue at 3.6 levels. That's the thing that makes them good. We can't do that. They can't go and say, well, actually, this is the truth. So all you can do is use your own critical thinking. Some stuff doesn't add up. Think about the girls you knew who were getting ran through and getting tossed around. They usually got perved at home first. Then they got slung all around. Then by the time they're 18, 19, they're doing everything with women too. Something went on that isn't normal and they're participating in behavior that's not normal. All I'm saying is do your critical thinking and you make your own judgment on how and how much, whatever. I can't give you a scale. I can't give you a number. But if you really think that purgatory doesn't make people switch lifestyles or something wrong, just leave your kids outside.
I didn't say that, Scam.
I'm not saying that. I'm just doing it to paint the picture.
No, I know what you're saying, and you're right. Purge can alter the mind, but my thing is, does that event make you like that? Guaranteed, no, because there's too many examples of people who were purged as kids who did not end up gay.
But not as many, but not to Driscoll. When Driscoll had brought that up, not to the point that he was making.
What I'm saying is, to Driscoll's point, I think Driscoll did the thing the Scam said. A study from Mr. Such and Dr. Such and Such.
No.
The study I read is like I said, the largest, most in-depth, most thorough investigation into this whole thing. And
doesn't matter.
Like I said, some of this stuff. What I liked about it is they didn't make any answers up. If it's something that was inconclusive, they said it's inconclusive. We don't know. But if it's something that they just flat out no evidence, hey, there's no evidence to this. There's nothing here. We checked every part of this section here. There's nothing there. Or if there's something there that said, okay, this is what we found. This is how that works. It took me a week to read through all that data, and I was reading it like I was watching television. It took a long time to read through all that. It was 500,000 people in this source, in the sample source. 500,000 people and hundreds of doctors.
But man,
doctors, neurologists, they even had OBGYNs in it.
But how would you know if it's right or not? Just like C19, do we really know if the crack scene works?
But here's the thing, though. So all we can do is go off the data that we have,
and then make your own
critical decisions. That's why I'm not saying you've not heard me say either today. Either these guys are wrong. I said you heard me say, but you have to account for this, you have to account for that, or I believe this, I believe that. I don't think so. You've heard me say that. I have not flat out called them wrong because I haven't done any studies. I can't prove that they're wrong. So I'm not going to even sit here and pretend like I can.
Yeah.
I'm just saying for me, the way the dots connect for me with the data that we have, you have too many people when it comes to the purge who got perved and came out straight as a laser. But and I agree, you also got people who get perved and as crooked as a politician. Now, what causes that? It could be that what I'm saying is this is where conscious and reckless can be right. they might have already been that way, or it's going that way in the first place, and they discovered it through that event. Or that event altered their mind, and both of these things can be true. In fact, everything we said tonight could be true, except people are. When Priest said people are not, he don't think anyone's born that way. There's enough evidence to support that there people are born that way. There's enough
what evidence that way though. I think
that's fair. We can't find the evidence.
Well, where's the evidence? That's what I'm saying.
That's what happened in 1826.
Well,
we can't do a blood test. It's something that you can't answer.
What did Big Mike say?
I think everybody isn't born that way. It's not an either
I
or
agree.
type of situation. It's like some people that are pervs become serial killers. Some people that are pervs become drug addicts, alcoholics. Some women that are pervs become nymphomaniacs. Some dudes become satyrs. I mean, it's all a form of socialization. It's all a form of socialization. But I think it's strange, or I think it's telling that the kids are the only ones attached to that group of people. They're the only group out here socialized that keep talking about damn kids. Heterosexuals aren't sitting up talking about kids and the kids and the kids and the kids. These people are the ones sitting up, they keep targeting the kids. It's all about the kids.
And here's the thing with that, Mike. They would argue, though, that it's us, the heterosexuals, who keep bringing the kids into the argument.
No.
I've seen what you I think is what Mike is saying.
Here's the deal.
I've seen what Mike is talking. I think Mike is talking about. I've seen that because it's everywhere. It's in commercials. It's on lunchboxes. It's in cartoons. I see what. I'm not disagreeing.
Do you know
with
why?
Why?
Do you know why?
Why?
Okay, just like I was talking about influencing. A man or somebody out of adolescence, 13, at least able enough to walk up and down the street by themselves, a boy or a teenager, whatever. You cannot talk or persuade or say, hey man, I got some rims. Hey man, I got some, you want some new Jordans? You cannot present a man to a 14-year-old and say, hey, I'll get you some new Jordans if you do this. It ain't gonna work. They can make a decision. The decision is probably gonna be among the natural order of things. You got to pretty much put them near death to make them make that decision. But kids, it's a little bit different. They can't convince 46-year-old man, hey man, what you coming over here? You can't convince a 21-year-old, hey, come try some of this. But a kid can't make their own decisions. I was leaving it at that.
And when you practice non-reproductive sex, in order for the movement to go into the future, you have to target another generation. Because these are people that don't reproduce.
They know that.
So, yeah, how does the movement continue going? See, this has become a movement. What we're seeing is a social movement / sexuality. And so it's kind of all been merged into one. Before it was race or gender or things like that.
Right.
Now it's just, sexuality and choices that people make. So in order for that movement to go into the future, you have to have another generation that's coming. That's why they're doing all this adoption and all of this stuff out of these different countries, because they have to groom the next generation for that movement to make it.
If you don't think they got real life think tanks, man, y'all tripping. I'm telling you, I agree with what Big Mike just said.
Yeah, my thing is, we can all be right about this, but my reason for making that video, making that episode, was because I heard their plight, and I said, okay. They're going through a lot. Fair enough. Everyone at the same time, everyone's going through a lot. I get that. However,
trying to hear that.
Yeah, but here's the thing: if we can just get us to not, as in Black people, to stop being the ones causing them more grief, that would be one step in the right direction. Or at least when we get to fighting for Black rights and Black causes and things like that. Allow them in the room, in the discussion, to brainstorm with us.
Huh? Mandrell, they have all of the microphones. What are you talking about?
Well, not the Black ones, the white ones and the other races.
No, Mandrell. When BLM happened, who had the microphone? Show me, pull up a clip.
Yeah, but who are they fighting? Who are they fighting for?
They're fighting for themselves. They're just trying to use us.
No, man, my point is they wouldn't give actual men the microphone. You had to be a simp, an emotional dusty, or somebody falling in line with whatever, with the women or with their side, or you could not get the mic. Pretty much how media is.
And you can't get anywhere like that though.
No, but here's my point. So we're saying they're so oppressed. Oh, they're such victims. It's time to get the microphone, and people are saying, look, we want to be fathers to our kids. Where are they at standing and saying, oh, I'm going to back up and give you all the microphones and help change the child support laws and all that other stuff? Instead, they're saying, hey, no patriarchy. Really?
I got no pushback.
You can't even get the microphone and even say the word patriarchy. And that's just the one trying to lead his own damn family by choice of the woman. They wouldn't let me even say that. Well, I'm not saying all, I'm just talking about this in general conversation. This is my first time having a conversation with someone who are saying, hey, this is the organization we represent. But I do know, I don't see men like my dad getting the microphone or people crowing and say, hey, we got a stand-up man. Let's all fall in line and hear what he has to say on the mic. No. And that, I'm talking black. To the point where they're running to YouTube just to get the microphone.
Yeah,
Hey,
I got no pushback.
Cody is king, random misogynist. What's going on, man? What's popping with you?
What's up, JT? Hello,
Not much, man.
You guys can hear me okay?
Yeah,
yes, sir.
Man.
Jesus, man, that's like a lot to touch on. I want to start with, as far as the being born gay thing, I don't think there is such a thing. And I think even if you remember back to when you were a kid, before you started getting all your hormones, you weren't really attracted to, other small children of either sex, right? Because you haven't been given your sex hormones yet, at least not in any kind of fashion that would make it a thing. Now, yes, there might be a genetic defect, let's say, during your development that might make you have a higher proclivity for being effeminate, possibly being attracted to the same sex. But most of that's going to come, like what Big Mike was saying, through nurture and through social programming, and even just trying to fit in socially, I think, too. But then you can throw in the trauma aspect on top of it too, if you want to consider kids that have been either raped or touched or sorry, I shouldn't have said that, but you know what I'm saying, that have been messed with. And Mandrell saying that they all turn out, like there's some that turn out straight after, isn't quite correct now, is it? Because there's a lot that, even though they may still have the same sexual proclivity, are fucking weird, bro. Like they're fucked. They're not normal functioning human beings after. They've been twisted. And there's a large portion of them that turn out gay. Like that's not questionable at all. Even from like my own life experience of growing up and having a friend that turned out to be gay later, he was dating and having sex with girls all through middle school. But he was a mama's boy, which I think is where the nurturing had to come into it. And he was mommied his whole life, and later in life, once he was in his 20s, he came out gay. There's a lot of other topics on that, guys. Give me something else to touch on here.
Oh, so what I want to do, Big Mike, do you got anything else to add before we go to this video?
No, man, I'm just listening.
Okay, so my man Driscoll, that was on, we going back to the video that we did that Friday, Mandrell, and this was when Driscoll was addressing Conscious TV and his sidekick. I can't remember that guy's name. What was his name?
Reckless Logic.
Yeah, so we're gonna go to that, and then I want to get you guys' input on what you guys hear after that. So let's go ahead. Go ahead.
So how many more you got in you, Driscoll?
I'm about to get my appointment to get snipped right now.
How many you got right now?
You got about 8 more. You got about eight more.
How many you got now? How many you got? You got 8?
Oh shit! I'm sorry. You got about.
Yeah, him and his wife got 8 kids, guys. So anyway, go ahead. And guess what? She homeschooled all of them. So, but go ahead, man.
Yeah. So, great conversation, man. I appreciate you even having this discussion, and I definitely appreciate everybody who stuck through this. I mean, especially the people who may have gotten offended throughout it. I understand this was a tough talk. A couple of things I do want to address. And I promise you, I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but like with my brother Reckless, I think I noticed that multiple times because the beginning of us laying the boundary of what masculinity is, both of y'all have said y'all consider yourself masculine. But multiple times you referenced yourself from the perspective of women in your argument.
I said I was both, so I don't know.
Okay, so maybe
I said I was masculine. I also said I was feminine as well.
Yeah, because I mean, a lot of times when you were talking about men, you would reference y'all. When you were talking about the patriarchy,
that's cis hetero.
Yeah, that's cis hetero, and that's also a mindset and also a pathology that I don't subscribe to. So yeah, y'all.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So that's what confuses me with the discussion of we're masculine, but we don't consider ourselves within patriarchy. So are you matriarchal?
No, I'm not matriarchal. I just don't subscribe to the toxic version of patriarchy. And the reason why it's toxic is because you're trying to dominate. You want to dominate queer people, and you also want to dominate women, which is the reason why you guys are so focused on women submitting. Which I also think is very interesting, because even when we get to the conversations of what women should do and all this masculine stuff, all of a sudden when women are strong, that all of a sudden makes you weak. That doesn't sound strong to me. But I digress.
Okay, so I'll move on. So yeah, that was kind of confusing to me. I do understand that there was a lot of back and forth. CTV, all the great things that you say you do, I'm not familiar with. If you do those things,
I'm gonna drop out. It doesn't matter. I'm gonna drop out. So
none of the stuff that you said was this argument meant to discredit you. If you do that great stuff, you do great. The only point that I was making is I just don't see how that makes you masculine.
And it's okay. I'm gonna drop out, so it doesn't really matter.
Well, I just think, hold on, wait. How can y'all say that when women do those things, y'all call them masculine? So which one is it? Because I've watched this platform many times before I even joined. So y'all sit up and say y'all don't, y'all cap.
That's an amazing point, and I will agree that is contradictory. But just for the sake of moving on, the last point that I'm gonna make, me and Mandrell, we do agree. It is not a gay gene. It is very difficult to track where it comes from.
Yeah, very difficult.
The most central issue here is that we don't want to talk about where we really know it comes from, and that is sexual assault. Largely. Now, are there conflicting issues with today's discussion? Yes, because why are we so caught up with imagery and influence if we know that it don't really come from that? And the answer for me is that because you run the danger of normalizing something that is out of trauma. And instead of dealing with it and getting people the proper help and therapy, we're now saying it's okay, and we're not allowing society the responsibility to deal with it properly. And everybody in the comments can get mad. It's usually the women who feel the need to defend their gay sisters and stuff like that. Cool. Reality is
a better species than you men.
Yeah, they actually show empathy.
I disagree, fellas.
They just have a better humanity.
And then y'all wonder why there's a gap. Because at least the
most
women,
of you men, like, you wouldn't even have had half the childhood upbringing y'all had without your mother.
But I also feel that no matter what,
you can better human beings.
You can cut it. So again, Mandrell, my whole issue was the disrespect, bro.
I agree with that. Yeah, but can I ask just a general question to Mandrell and the panel? Mandrell, when you reached out to me on this, you said you wanted to have a balanced or reasoned perspective when coming to this conversation. But doesn't that also have to come from both sides? In other words, the reason why I asked that question, because my wife and I, we were at dinner a couple of weeks ago, and we were at sitting next to a group, and you had a heterosexual couple and you had a gay couple, and they were just having a good time. But we couldn't help but overhear their conversation. And one of the things that one of the gay person said was that even within that community, there are extremes. Like there's conversations, like you have a lot of gay people who reject bisexual people. Like that's not a thing. Like you're just trying to have it both ways. You're just trying to pass it off, but you're not really bisexual. You're just gay. You just don't want to admit it. So there's a lot. So even in these spaces, just like any conversation, it's like even a religious conversation. Now you can talk to like, Muslims can have a conversation. You can talk to the Taliban, or you can talk to like Orthodox. You can talk to different. So perhaps if you wanted to have this conversation going forward more positive, could you get, maybe some people who don't represent, not to be insulting, but if we consider that an extreme, there are cisgendered, I'll say that much, gay men, I would think, that look at themselves as, yes, I'm gay, but they don't dismiss or try to be disrespectful to, as what No Capacity was saying earlier. There's a natural order of things. It's like, yes, we know that, and that's what I led that conversation with. I asked the question, what value do you see in heterosexual people? Like, if you could say, look, we understand that heterosexual people make the world go round. Like, we wouldn't be here without most, or we need the majority of folks to be like, that's why I brought the example about China. If China was 100% heterosexual, but their one-child policy has led to that declining population. I mean, it's not enough just to even be heterosexual, and it's not even enough to have a child. You have to have children. You have to multiply. So that's like I know math says you can multiply by 0, but you need 2. So, is it perhaps where the conversation derailed? Were they the right ones to start the conversation with? Do we need more like a Don Lemon type of gay person versus someone who not? And we've been talking mostly tonight about the attraction, but they're adding multiple levels to this, because you're talking about attraction, you're talking about identity, you're talking about masculine, feminine. So it gets even more complex. They're bringing all of that to the table. And but this conversation we're having now, most of our conversation has just been on attraction. So are we even ready to then go into these other areas and talk about identity and all these other things? That can we at least try to build, if we want to build a bridge, can we build it more slowly, or build it on, let's get more concrete on some things that we can, grasp around. I think the whole attraction thing, like it or not, we're all living with the reality that, okay, well, gay, as far as attraction, you have a lot of more people accepting of that and saying, hey, as long as you're not putting it in my face and all that, hey, I mean, we just had the gay marriage equality bill just passed. I think a lot of people, especially when they found out that as conservative as you are, your son or daughter is just came out, and they're like, hey, it is what it is. Can we start there? But it's like, so we're trying to come to this middle place, but was the audience or the people who we're trying to talk to, were they the right ones to have that conversation with? You put a lot of emphasis on us being the right ones for the conversation. Should it also count for them as well?
Yeah, go ahead, Mandrell, but I want to respond after you.
Gotcha.
Go ahead.
To answer your question, the short answer is absolutely yes. It has to be fair and balanced on both sides. Now that the clips he's showing now is from the Friday show. It wasn't from the Wednesday show. And their sexuality and identity wasn't even the topic. Wasn't supposed to be a part of the conversation. Somehow we veered off into it, as Barbershop talk normally does. We veer off into this. We veer off into sports. We veer off into music. We veer off into television shows. You know what I'm saying? The conversations veer off into whatever. So when it changed lanes, and then it took an exit off the interstate, I was like, oh, I'm not surprised that this happened. I just wish it didn't. You know what I'm saying? Like, again, I'm not surprised that it happened. I just wish it didn't. But yeah, you're right. It has to be fair and balanced on both sides. And the thing is, what I've learned is that if you want to have this conversation, both people on both entities on both sides are going to have to have some thick skin. That's a requirement. You're going to talk about some real tough subjects. People are going to say things you don't like and you don't agree with. You have to roll with the punches. You have to say, okay. and keep moving forward with the conversation without being insulted. And that's one thing I learned about this whole thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I wasn't insulted at all. Even when they said the crazy shit about heterosexuals, I'm like, so what? You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I'm on trial, black man. So come up here and join him.
Hey, let's break. Let's break.
He's supposed to be on the bench. Now he's my defense attorney. He's my defense attorney, and I'm up here by myself.
So listen, let's break past the threshold, right?
Hang on. Hang on. Didn't Dusto, you want to say something or reply?
Yeah,
I'll make it quick. Most people are not reasonable when it comes, and let's just be real. 80-90% of the people in America, white, black, every race, every gender, are selfish. There's not negotiation where we want a fair, equal opportunity for change. No, you want what you want. Let's be real. If you went to Congress and complained about police brutality, they said, look, man, we're going to wipe your student loans off. You got a Mercedes-Benz in the back of you to get your wife. All of a sudden, you ain't thinking about no police brutality. 80% of the people are going to take that. Let's be real. So when people aren't thinking in a form of actual reasoning and some form of together and all that. They want what they want. That's all people. So how would you expect this to be any different? People also react in emotion and rage. They want revenge. They want something now. They want something quick. They just want what they want. And it shows.
Listen, I would agree with that, but I'm saying if you want to have it, but still, but that's not everybody. I'm saying if you want to have a reasoned conversation, there are I think reasonable people out there to have that conversation with. But there's some people like that. Look, there's some conversations you may be more into it than I am, but you'll get on the dusty stuff. I avoid the dusty stuff because again, I don't find any reason to be there because again, I like being in places where people can, have a reasoned conversation like what we're doing here. So I'm not going to go on some of the dust panels you be talking about. I may listen, but I'm not camming up because that's not going to be constructive. So I'm saying, but there are persons out there. If you want to have that conversation, I think there's people to have that conversation with. And I'm saying maybe that's where it should start if that's what you want. But I agree with you. I mean, like I said, you're going to have extremists who just never. What's that?
Dust has spillover. Therefore, even reasonable people have dust in their blood. Let's be real.
Okay. Well, look, we get dusty. Yeah, but I mean, we get dusty here. But we could still come together and say, like, all right, we can come together and still, at the end of the day, hug it out. I mean, people get heated here. I mean, we're not saints here. So so you expect some of that. But if you come in, I think what Mandrell said the other night, that the number one thing is respect. And if you come in respectful, yeah, we can have a mashup, but we can still say, hey, bro, we still bros at the end of the day. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I think if this is going to be Mandrell, if you're thinking about something in the future, then that may have, you may have to consider that in terms of who you bring to the conversation, just like you did with the millennial conversation. Some people, you can't bring certain people into that conversation because it's just not going to be productive.
Yeah. Like,
so my man Freeze
that's why the Wizard show went the way it did. Because I had people who are going to ask. I knew what kind of questions everyone on that panel was going to ask. I knew the kind of questions that they were going to ask. Now, people ask me, who you have on the panel? And I told them who's going to have on the panel. The only person they questioned was Freezy. All the one I had to defend was Freezy. And I said, Freezy's going to be fine. Freezy's going to be fine. Freezy, because I knew what Freezy was going to do. I knew what kind of questions. And when Freezy got up there, Freezy was fine. And he asked real questions in real ways. And they were honest questions. He really wanted to know.
And I'm going to tell you something about the clip. Is I wouldn't ask somebody who didn't know what direction to go for directions. So when you ask a man, is he a man or a woman? I'm both. I'm this and that. That right there automatically.
I'm a right left.
It ends the conversation.
I'm a right left.
Because if a man doesn't take a definitive position, then I already know what you are. You're somebody I'm not going to listen to. You're a person I'm not going to listen to. And really, your opinion ain't worth a hill of beans about anything, because what they're failing to do is be honest about it. They're failing to be honest about it. And that's probably the difference. When you talk about different extremes of different things, if you go out and you see gay black dudes versus gay white dudes, who's the extreme?
The gay black ones.
The gay black dude. That nigga sashaying all through the damn place, all loudest one in the place, this and that. The gay white dudes coming there with their little money and shit. And
I don't know about that one, but
shit.
I'll leave that alone.
Man, please.
Come on, bro.
I agree with Mike. I agree with Mike. That's what I was saying.
Trust me.
That's what I was saying earlier in that's what I was saying earlier in the conversation. Like, we have to be honest that there is a foundation. And but just to speak on another note, I want to get back on this influence shit, right? So I want to ask a question. If a man asks his wife to participate in a threesome with another woman, and she agrees just because she wants to please her husband, and they end up going through that act, but the wife ends up actually getting pleased from the woman as well, does that make her homosexual or bisexual?
Yes.
Okay, but in a lot of incidents, I've asked this question a zillion times, and many women have said, no, that doesn't make it. That just means she wanted to please her husband. She wanted to have a little fun. They explain it away. I actually agree with you, Big Mike, but what I'm saying is we get into murky waters when we can't actually give definitive answers, and you just get into murky waters and say, nah, one thing I noticed about that community, they've learned how to explain a lot of shit away.
Right, because you're conversing with a murky mind. So when you can't build with somebody with a murky mind. Like I say, as soon as you understand where they coming from, I just shut it off. I'm not gonna lie, I don't want to get confused. I'm not trying to get pulled into your conversation. Like I told Mandrell, the real word is heterophobic. These people are afraid of us. We're not the ones out here talking about we not safe and we don't feel safe and we under attack. We not out here talking like that.
I don't believe that.
Shit.
Heterophobic?
Yeah, that's the actual word.
That's an actual terminology.
That's the actual term. Homophobia is one that's not a real term.
I don't think it's a real fear. Just like women who say we're oppressed by men. It's not a real fear.
Out here saying they feel unsafe.
No, hold on, hear me out. Women who say we're being oppressed and strong-armed by the patriarchy system. It's like gays saying, hey, they're abusing it. It's a victim card thing. And if they can say this and say and whatever, and people fall for it or go for it, and it's a sales tactic, and it'd be working.
But there are some women that are oppressed, bro. We gotta admit to that.
You say there are?
There are. Yeah, there's some women that are oppressed by a patriarch. It might not be your woman, but there's women out there that are oppressed.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I'm saying
if it's your woman, she can't be, because you are her covering. You are her protector. So whatever it is that she have to suffer by her being up under you can.
So there are some tyrants. There are some manipulative tyrants out here, bro.
Yeah, but the ones that screaming it is normally the ones that don't have a man to protect them.
There is a patriarchy out there.
But when you're talking about this heterophobic, that is absolutely, when you hear what they speak, when you hear those guys that was on the panel, go on a panel and you will see what they were talking. They told Mandrell, listen, you can have these guys over here, but they can't be this person and they can't be that person. We can't have this and we can't have that. They were trying to get it to a point where they can feel safe. Why? We all just having conversation. You dig what I'm saying? When they came over onto the Black Man Unfiltered channel and they got to speak, they were scared. These cats were scared.
No,
they were scared as hell. They went back on, go on a other channel and listen to them talk. We was over there and we held our own ground. The other people were saying, I don't know how you did it. We was windmilling with you, They was talking about how they fight and all this stuff. They came in the door with their fist balled up. not knowing what we were going to say or anything. It's a conversation. They act like we was over here, like we was getting ready to just jump on them.
People who are scared don't go on Pat. If you're scared of the east side, you don't go over there. If you're scared of the east side, you don't go over there with your
No. Listen, it is a panel. I get what you're saying, but we're saying as a whole, that community that they had, if you look, that's why I said, damn, they didn't have the chats in there. Them motherfuckers came over there with about 200, 300 people on Black Man's shit. And they were eating our ass alive in those comments, bro. I was everything except for the child of God. Freezy, they was on Freezy. They was calling him a top or a bottom or whatever they was saying. It was the whole thing of, bro, it was going.
JT, that's because you're homophobic. That's why they was on your helmet like that.
Yeah, you got jokes. So when it came down to it, it was because we didn't, dog. If you look at that one on Friday, and the reason why Friday is more prevalent than Wednesday, Mandrell, is for the simple fact that it was so lopsided on that Wednesday show. Man, you had the majority of the comments, man. Dudes was angry because they like, man, they kept lying, kept spewing all kind of unfactual things, and they were saying as if it was a matter of fact. And that's why when Friday came, couldn't nobody wait. They couldn't wait. We couldn't wait but to get up there to actually speak our point of view. And all we did was speak our point of view, and they started attacking us. That's fear, dog.
Well, I don't know.
It's the same thing.
Here's the thing. Do you really think they attacked, or they just copy attitudes?
Bro. When anytime they kept talking about our sexuality, they kept talking about how bad the patriarchy is. They kept talking about. They said everything against men. That was the reason why me and Driscoll both asked them: are you patriarchy or are you matriarchy?
Hey, JT.
Yes,
when
sir.
Did it go? When did it? Okay, because I talked to my brother Clint. I ain't had no problems. I argued the same thing 3 different times in the back chat, on Brother Clarence, and then again, and then it still became the same thing. But here's the thing, I just like, you know what, I agree to disagree. I know I can't beat men, women, or gay over the head and stuff a talking point into their veins. Just like the dust panels. They're convinced that women are the devil. I can't beat it into them. All I can do is troll them. But at least I know them so I can troll them. But here, they have what they believe or what they're going to pitch, and they say we're not backing down off of it. But that's right here. That's talking point argument. When it goes below the belt, when you start saying stuff like, I don't know who said what. Some people said stuff that had nothing to do with talking points, and they started swinging low. Then
Bro,
yes, they're going to swing back.
If you look at that channel, if you look at that show, I didn't say too much of anything.
No, I'm asking because I actually missed what triggered whatever your battle, but was what you said outside of just the argument of patriarchy? Did you say something beyond it?
Let me tell you what I said, and they kept mentioning it. They talked about it for the whole fucking weekend after that. Okay. And I told those guys when Black Man got slick, and I'm always say that, brother. Black Man got slick on their ass, and he asked them what was manhood, and he asked them what was masculinity. He knew, I knew, every other straight man on that panel knew that they would not be able to answer it truthfully because it goes against whatever agenda that they're out here trying to get. When he asked them that, they didn't answer it. Nobody checked them on it. I was the one that did it. And I told them, you are the total opposite of what masculinity is. You are a dropout of manhood. That's what sparked it with me. Okay. What did I say that was wrong? Where was the lie?
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying, if you swing below the belt, below the talking point, expect somebody to swing back.
But I think something that's funny is you said they started calling Freezy a top or a bottom and this and that.
Yes, that's swinging below the belt. That's wrong.
Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So even when they started even when they started calling JT Big Daddy, and told Hink that they would give Hink head and all this shit, that is disrespectful.
That's dirty. Yeah.
All right.
But
let me finish my point.
I'll fall back because I missed when.
What I'm saying is this. Notice how whenever they start feeling bad, their thing is to start putting off on you what they are. So then they use the thing that's supposed to be good, in their opinion, to shame you. This is why you can't engage in conversations, because these conversations are going to get nowhere. They're not going to get anywhere.
That's why I said you guys are always accusing us as being homophobic, but those derogatory terms and slurs y'all calling me, and I've seen in the chat that y'all called other people on the panel, other heterosexual men on the panel. It seems as though y'all are the only ones exemplifying phobic personality or character. You know, you're being heterophobic. You know what they said? There's no such thing, Freezy. There's no such thing as being heterophobic. Yep. And I looked it up on Google. It came right up on Merriam Dictionary.
Yeah,
heterophobic. But that just let me know they don't even know if that's maybe they did know if that's a real term, but they're gonna say it's not a real term to push their agenda. That just confirmed they do have an agenda.
It confirms
just saying that heterophobic is not a real term.
Heterophobic is a real word. It's not whether you should agree with it or not. It exists. It was in the dictionary before homophobic was. Homophobic is the new word.
Heterophobic. You know what I think? You know what I think though? I'll say this. I think that, and I know all jokes aside, because I know who was clowning yesterday, but I truly think what I put in the chat is that it's inevitable that it will fail. And the reason that it will fail is there's an agenda when they come to Mandrell. See, Mandrell has befriended them, and Mandrell has a type of respect for them, which is cool. That's between Mandrell and them. I think the reason that they want to take out our Black Men Unfiltered network is because Black Men Unfiltered will have just that, unfiltered. People will be able to speak their mind. When I'm telling you right now what's going to happen, if you get some masculine men over there and we begin to ask those questions that nobody wants to answer, like I asked, what is manhood? Right? Yeah. When I asked those questions, I did ask those in a
ass.
Right. And I asked those questions, and what happened? It went left. And the reason that it went left and they got upset is because I was asking them about masculinity and manhood. When we go over there, I'm trying to tell Mandrell what's going to happen. It's inevitable. It will fail. Because when you go over there, what's going to happen is you're going to start asking questions. You're going to have somebody like me ask questions, because I have a few that I could ask and shut the whole place down. Right? And one or two things is going to happen, because they have taken on the characteristics of females, and we already know what females will do. If you start getting the best of a female, telling the female or holding the female accountable, or you say something they don't like, the first thing you gay, right? Or then they start talking about your attributes. Like for me, they call Mandrell bald head. They'll probably call me fat ass, or they'll probably call somebody else a name, right? They'll start to hit below the belt because they don't want to ask the more serious questions. And then that's when shit will really go left, because I'm very good at editing. I'm very good at what I do. And I've done it before, and I'll do it again. And I don't want to get to a point where I have to come out of my square to go and start editing and try to do people in because they're trying to do me. So in order I understand when we go over there, it's not going to be pleasant. When we go over there, all the people that support them are going to be ready to go. They're going to be in the chat. They're going to be going off on us in the chat, on the panel. They're going to have questions. They're going to be cutting us off. They have the advantage to mute. They have an advantage to pull us down. They have all these different things. And so my thing is, I want Mandrell to understand is that you see the clarity from their end, but I want you to come sit on the visitor side. And I want you to look at it from a masculine, alpha, heterosexual man's viewpoint. That it will not be fair. It will not be even or balanced if we go over there. It's inevitable to fail. And mark my words, it will fail.
But why do wolves care about what sheep think though? That's my thing. Why even go over there? Period.
Say that again, Scam. I'm sorry.
Why would you go over there, and why would you go with a combat mindset?
No. I wouldn't go with it. Okay, so my thing, and let's go to Maya Angelou for a second. When someone shows you who they are, believe them. Mandrell invited me because he said they invited me. When I go over there, you always have to be prepared. You cannot go into something thinking, it's been hostile 2 times. right? After that Wednesday show, what Mandrell is not saying is when they went back, they did a good show on Wednesday. Mandrell is pumping it up. We had the best show we ever had. But after that show in the back chat, it was niggas ain't shit. Niggas ain't a motherfucking thing. Niggas ain't this. Niggas ain't that, right? So then we got to also account for that. Then on Friday, you come again and you hostile. So now you're inviting us to your territory. You think that I should go into a place where everybody carrying guns without my own and my bulletproof vest on?
Right. I wouldn't go, period.
Exactly.
They mad.
That's my point. Why would you go? You're going in bad faith.
That's what it is.
So Mike, are you out for Friday?
I'm just saying, man. Based off what I saw, Mandrell, I'll be honest. I thought you were talking about some intellectual dudes.
No.
Based off of what I just saw off that, I don't care what they think. I mean, wolves don't care what sheep think, bro. We don't.
So
you know,
the worst it can get, bro, is that you had this motherfucking out here trying to flag your channels and shit like that because they don't like what you said on previous show.
just take we on lock with you.
Did you give them something to flag?
That's worse.
Hey,
in the opposite direction.
Hey, look.
Did you give him something to flag? You don't have to give somebody something to flag.
Hold on.
Scam had a good point though. Don't go. Scam has a good point. Scam. I'm learning a lot. Let me tell you something about my big brother Scam. I'm learning a lot from Scam because I'm a very temperamental person. My temper is horrible. And sometimes I put myself in situations where my temper, I will go left. And so I agree with Scam. If you know the situation, if you know it's coming, why did you even involve yourself in it?
Yeah, I say this 100 times.
Yeah, Big Mike said the same thing.
The best way to dodge a punch is don't be there when the punch is being thrown.
Exactly.
Hey, tell them to come back in 50 years and let's have this discussion. Tell them to come back in 30 years and have the discussion.
But right now, like some of the things that were said in the conversations was, like even some of the points for heterosexual men who have children. I have children that are still in school, right? And so some of the things that I heard them say is, why do your kid have to have a permission slip for a drag queen to come and read to your child? Yep. They should be able to just come and do it. What's wrong with them coming to do that to your children? And then I brought up the Gay BC's book, right? Because it's a real popular book that's teaching 3 to 7. On the front of the book, it says ages 3 to 7. So on that book, so then they said there's nothing wrong with that. Kids should be learning about gay relationships. They should be learning about bisexual relationships and lesbian relationships and being in trans relationships or being trans. So this Gay BC book for ages 3 to 7, and I don't agree that you should have men dressed like women talking to 5 and 6 year olds. Listen, kids should not be that confused about that kind of stuff. It shouldn't even get that deep for those kids. These kids don't even know what kind of cereal they want to eat in the morning, what color socks they got on their feet. And we're trying to tell them that, show them trans people and gay people for what?
Hey, black man, I partially agree with them on that topic.
Why?
Okay, here's the deal. People being gay is going to be here. It was there back in 1426. It's going to be here. You can't run from it. Now, what I don't agree with is the third party that it's not the person going to read to the kids, because there are people who are gay and there are people who are straight who work in school systems. That is what it is. Some dress how they dress, and it is legal. If you have a problem with that, with your children learning it at a particular time, that's a problem with the school. That's a problem with that actual party. So the options are homeschool, the option is be involved, or actually find out from the school, which is a school thing, because the ISDs do what they want to do. They're part of a mafia. But that's where the problem is, not with the actual person reading the book.
No, it's
hold on, real quick, JT, if I can. So it's okay for a man to put on 4 layers of makeup, a tight skirt, and a wig, and go sit down and read to kids. That's 3 to 7, between 6 and 7 years old.
I'm saying that problem has to do with the school and not the person reading the book. It's a third party problem. Because that same person, you're going to see him.
Why can't be both?
You're going to see him in the stands at the game. They're going to be here.
We not. But that's the thing. We're not arguing their existence, bro. That's not what we argue.
Exactly, bro. You're right, JT.
We're not arguing their preference. We're arguing that same concept that you're out here at a public, because it's a public school, which we pay our city tax dollars for.
Yes,
state tax dollars for. So we have a say so. Now, whether we use that power or not, that's another subject. But you got someone that's going there and they're teaching them sexuality, and they're saying that they're not teaching sexuality. You got a contrast right there. There's on YouTube right now. You have a woman that reads that book, that the GBCs, all the way from A to Z. If you see what she's saying in that, why would a 3-year-old need to know the word binary? Why would a 3-year-old need to understand what cis is? Why would a 3-year-old understand?
The problem is a third-party problem, is all I'm saying.
Wait,
the problem is with the school.
H is not. It's not human.
Then why would you take them to that school? The school is political. That's where your problem is.
Because you live in that. You live in that county or city. You have the right to have your child to go to a school.
No, you don't.
It's public.
This is political. Just like you don't have a right to call the police.
So what I'm saying, bro.
JT,
it's still a right. It's a right that you have because you pay taxes on that school.
And watch this, JT. So what if I'm a heterosexual man? What if I go get a suit and a tie, and I sit down and I read a book called Head-O-Seas, and I say, you know what? You take a big dick and you slam it in a pussy and you're fucking to death. Then it'll be a problem. It'll be a problem if I go read a book and tell kids, take your penis and you find her, you open her legs, you insert into that hole and you jam it up really, really good, kids. It would be a problem. But it's not a problem for them, for a gay man or a trans man to go to a school and talk about gay BCs. G is for gay, L lesbian, B is for binary. Do we know what binary is, children?
That's a different argument. I don't do. Yeah, I don't do the. What about the men?
It is teaching sexuality, bro. It is teaching sexuality. What is different about it?
At 3 years old.
This is why it's important. This is why it's important to choose a side.
No, my point is it's political.
Because if you don't choose a side, you're very susceptible to being desensitized, right?
Yep.
And there's a lot of people in the United States being
all sides are rigged. People are selfish. There are no communities. There are no sides.
No, you can't be lukewarm. That's the problem. When you don't stand for something, you fuck. You gotta stand for something, bro. There's pros and cons to everything.
Hey, JT, they didn't even got rid of Jesus, bro.
That means you're in a war.
JT, they don't even have Jesus no more. At my job, they got National Pride Day, and we have the day off. But Good Friday, we do not.
What you saying, Big Mike?
I was just saying.
Yeah, come on now.
But you still work there.
Right. I mean, but I don't have to participate either. And you know what? Let me tell you, hold on, before Big Mike go, ooh, I'm glad you said that, Scam. We had a meeting. They talking about, we're going to wear the colors and the rainbow colors. I said, y'all got me all the way fucked up. Because on Pride Day, on the day before Pride Day, the day that we get off for Pride Day, I'm not going to be sitting up in no motherfucking desk looking like a fucking Skittle. Y'all got me fucked up. I'm not wearing no colors. I'm not going out there saluting the gay flag. Gonna go out there around the gay flag. And my wife, even my wife's job, they said the same thing. They're gonna go out and raise the flag for the gay people, out and have a good time and have condiments and food and drinks for everyone to enjoy Pride Day. Fuck that. I won't be there. I ain't gonna support it. I'm gonna be at my desk. Y'all, hey, anybody got some extra work? I'll be at my desk. I will not support it. And they already saying, boo, people that don't support the gay people are homophobic. Well, you can say what the fuck you want to say. You can say what the fuck you want to say. I won't be there.
Hey, black man, you're proving my point. When you say pick a side, then you pick a side with this. Then here comes a colorism battle. I got to pick a side. Then it's we hate women. Then it's no, we love women. I got to pick a side. No.
I Scam, I got to disagree with two of those things. When it comes to the women and all this other stuff, that's cool. You don't have to pick a side on that, but you have to pick one on this one. You have to pick one on this one because I have daughters, and I damn sure don't want my daughter to go squat in the bathroom and see a dick coming out the toilet beside her. I'm sorry.
I have to pick a side because of something that you want. And the problem is a third party called the district.
All you got to do is pick the side of logic, dog. What are you talking about? All you have to do is pick the side that uses logic.
But
that's
I think
it.
It's already obvious. Most of us on this panel have already picked sides.
Exactly.
That's why we got wives and significant others.
Exactly, bro.
So I've already picked my side. As far as my child is gonna have to pick their side.
Yes, exactly.
I'm not gonna be able to pick my child's side for him. My son has picked his side, thank God. So, you know, I should be having grandbabies and my name will live on.
Yes, sir. Okay, here's my point. I'm not declaring a war between hetero and
Facts, Mike.
It ain't no
I'm not
war.
picking a side.
It ain't no war.
Then why is there a side if there's no war?
I pick my side. It's two different sides to everything. It's two different sides to everything.
Right? It's heaven and hell, God, the devil. It's always a side. You got to pick a side, brother.
No, that's a war. Heaven or hell, I'm picking heaven. Gay and straight, I'm a straight man. Now, if a person is gay, it doesn't mean I have to be at war with them and everything.
Well, hold on. Well, the Bible, at war with them too, though.
Huh?
Have you read the Bible?
Yeah, I've stayed in the New Testament.
Oh, yeah, the Bible, they pick sides too.
The Old
Okay,
Testament.
no, here's the deal. You can pick sides every day, and you can fight and be in all these wars and battles all day and be so burnt out you can't even walk to the fridge and eat a sandwich. And then you realize, what am I fighting for when these people are going to do whatever they want to do anyway? And they got nothing to do with me going over here and eating a sandwich.
It's amazing that we can. It's amazing that we can.
What you're talking about is you trying to pick other people's sides. All I'm
No,
saying
they're
is
trying to pick my
everybody
side for me
their
right
own
now.
side.
Saying
Who
if
cares
you don't
about
pick
what other
this
people
way,
do?
huh?
Who cares about what other people do?
I don't care what other people do.
Yeah, you picked your side.
And what side was that?
Whatever side you pick. I picked my side. Mandrell picked this side. Black man picked this side. Everybody on this panel has already picked their side.
Scam likely.
Oh, go ahead.
Do you think it's appropriate for adults to be pushing sexuality on children? Ages 3 to 7, for example.
Pushing? No. They're not ready for sexuality. Any kind of sexuality.
All of that.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So that's the side right there, right? You're on the side of not pushing sexuality onto kids. Now, would it be appropriate for them to be pushing homosexual and degenerate behavior with the same shit, but not adding that onto kids either? So you've picked two sides right there. Now, I would say that that's the side of good, to not be doing that fucking weird shit, but it's very much so happening.
I get what you're saying. What I'm saying is the problem is with the district. This problem is with the school. Way before it becomes anything to do with the child. Because the school and a lot of stuff is jacked up regarding what they're teaching now anyway, and what they're feeding the kids and how the system, the time, all of it's jacked up. And then you target the one thing and you opted into this school system. That's what I'm saying.
I totally agree with you, but the problem is that it's the parents and the rest of the taxpayers that allow it to get that way. The only ones that are making noise for and lobbying for all this stuff to happen are the weirdos and the degenerates that are pushing for this to be in the schools. Now, if you don't pick a side and fight back against it, that's what will happen. And this is a perfect example.
That makes a lot more sense. If I had to pick a side based on that, I'm going to say, hey, man, we need to have a conversation about what's going on in school. And everything is going to be on the table. We're talking about the food. We're talking about how in Texas, when I was teaching, you get an automatic 60 and then the kids score 70 to pass. Like, it's a whole bunch of stuff on the table. But in the way that you put it, yeah, I pick a side. I'm not with it.
Part of my point is you can't just always turn the other cheek and let shit go.
You can't.
If you keep doing that, evil just creeps up.
Exactly.
More and more and more. We're at the point right now where it's gone too far, and it's time to
too far.
Up for shit.
Way too far.
All right, now, keep in mind, people, that my ultimate point for doing that show or starting this in the first place is to see if we can find some kind of common ground and at least reconcile and coexist without all this crazy shit that you see on TV. Oh, all the canceling bullshit just because somebody said something you didn't like. But then you want those freedoms for yourselves to say what you want to say. But then someone says something you don't like, that's homophobic, they need to be canceled, taken off television, taken off YouTube, or whatever the case may be. That kind of stuff I want to stop because there's too many shots going at each other. And it's pointless. and it's over nothing.
But
Mandrell.
It's not our side that's doing it. See, the
Right.
only
Mike.
The only common ground we got is that you're a human. I'll let you live. You let me live. That's common ground right
But
there.
this is why I brought up. You said common ground, right? This is why I brought up the drag queen situation, because if they would have said, "Yeah, I agree that a common ground could have been the parents need to be notified so they can give consent on if they want their child to participate in something like that." See, that's common ground. But when they combat me and say, why do the parents need to give consent? Why do the parents need to be even notified about that? Why can't drag queens just naturally come in schools and teach your kids just like any other? See, they don't want common ground.
I push back against that. You need to be able to be prepared and involved in what your kids are doing, even curriculum, school, everything. I worked in education before. That part I agree with.
Do you understand what I'm saying? About that could have been some common ground right there.
Yeah, I agree with you. What I'm saying is this: if you, the goal of a fight in general is to win. So if you're saying I'm pushing back on this, it has to end in some kind of solution to the problem. If it's for your own children or if it's whatever, but the goal is to win. And the way the fights are being handled is more people complaining and losing and making the situations worse. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get you. I understand what you're saying.
Like if you go in on YouTube and do a platform and start something, invite the wrong, then there's a whole bunch of people yelling crazy stuff, and now you're canceled. What you gonna do? Cancel? Nothing. Or you say something crazy on your job, now you're fired. How you gonna fight the battle with no job?
But you know what? I think a lot of stuff need to be called out, Freezy and Mandrell. I think a lot of stuff need to be called out. Let me tell you what I mean by that. Mm-hmm. If a nigga is on these panels and he a heterosexual man, he working, and he was working, and we found out he was fake or he did something stupid or he said he had something, he didn't have it, we'll be on his ass because he's pretending to be something that he's not. The other night it was very plain, and I know somebody gonna laugh at this, but it's not funny. The other night we have these flamboyant men talking like women. Yes. But do you know? But did you understand when JT pushed their buttons? It went from yes to hey, bro, I went to jail. I was on cell block C, homeboy. Right? The natural man actually came out, and all that flamboyant shit, all that shit went out the fucking door. You went back to your natural state as a man. So stop working so hard to squeeze your throat when you talk and be a nigga. That's what you are. You a man.
Didn't that nigga, he relaxed his esophagus when he was talking to me?
Yeah, that nigga, when you pushed his buttons and he said, hey man, I was on the cell block, homeboy. Hey, I was out there. I ain't had no wig, no nails on or nothing, nigga.
No, I'm just talking about being realistic, being strategic, and actually solving a problem. That's what I'm talking about.
What you say, Mike?
They still made a nigga put Kool-Aid on his lips. Fuck out of here.
No, I'm just saying, be strategic.
All right, what's up, Big Mike? I ain't get a chance to speak to you, bro.
And solve the problem. That's all I'm talking about.
Yeah, for the lineup, I don't know why. But for the lineup,
why are you trying to line niggas up
Friday,
for him?
No. For Friday's show for part 2, can you believe I actually considered and was sold on Black Men Unfiltered and Big Mike Drop to come up there with me?
Hey man, take world class. So, I support world class.
He ain't
There's
coming.
3 platforms canceled right there by Saturday.
Right. So it's like, so now I'm like, okay, the 2 of you can't come.
Nah, I ain't gonna come, man.
Right. I know, Mike.
So Mandrell gonna be over there. Mandrell gonna be over there by himself, shaking the tail feather, brother.
Because
my point is,
if the purpose is to come amen somebody and make them feel good about being confused, and I'm not gonna do that. I'm not
with it either.
Panderville.
No, like I said, the first episode was to let them have their say, let them have the floor, let them have their say, and let's hear them out. Fair enough. Fine. Now, the second episode was gonna come 2 weeks after that. I was gonna do a show in between. That way, everybody gets a chance to rewatch the episode if they needed to, write notes down if they had questions, and pushback so they can come ready. Episode 2 was supposed to be, okay, we heard what you had to say. Now we have to challenge you on your perspective.
No, you should challenge them on the first show.
Here's the challenge.
You challenge them on the first show. Fuck that.
Black man, you see where things are now.
This is unrealistic.
There you go. Thank you, Scam. Likely. Thank you, Scam.
No, I'm saying what you're saying. Actually, I'm saying what you're saying is
no. What I'm saying is, if Barbara Walters did an interview with R. Kelly, she's not going to fucking wait till the second interview to ask him the hard questions.
Barbara Walters.
She gonna bust his ass the first fucking
She's a 109
interview.
years old white woman.
Listen to what we're saying. Listen to what we're saying, man.
I can't. What do you want me to do with that?
Who are we to challenge somebody? I think this is where we're getting confused. Who are we to challenge somebody on their lifestyle?
Well, I'm not challenging them on the lifestyle.
Yeah,
it's that the part. Episode 2 is if you had the challenge for the ideology or whatever the case may be, you ask the questions or you challenge them on it so you can get understanding. See if you can find common ground or middle ground in between our ideology or your individual ideology.
But Mandrell,
I don't think none of these dudes care though on this panel. I don't think they care, bro.
Every subject matter.
I'm just talking about being realistic.
They're two extremes of the sexual spectrum. It's only two sides.
Mandrell.
There is no common ground. The only common ground is you're a human being. You're grown. You can make your own decision.
Exactly.
The only reason why I agree with Big Mike is because they shot down the drag queen solution. They shot they completely did not acknowledge there's a correlation between sexual assault and homosexuality. They said there's no correlation. I'm putting stuff out there, but they just shooting everything down.
And then they also said there's no domestic violence in the LGBTQ community.
They said that.
They did say that, bro.
Just now.
Now that's it. That's flat out incorrect. Cody, did you have something for me?
Because they lead the league in that. Yeah. But
there you go, Scam. There you go, Scam.
Let Cody speak. Because I agree, Scam. They do lead the league in
they lead the league in that. That's factual. That's documented.
Yeah, it is. Well, Cody has something after Scam. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll make it quick. Realistic is this. Somebody shows up on the panel at 3:00 in the morning on Dust Panel X, and they say, "Man, I got 4 kids all in the street, and I rob liquor stores on Tuesdays." Do you really think you in a whole nother state are gonna grab the microphone and hold them accountable and get them to change their life and turn over to Jesus in the next 6 minutes?
I've done it already, Scam. Like I had a drunk man call my channel and said and cussed everybody on the channel out. He cussed everybody on the channel out, and by the end he said, "Thank y'all for understanding me. I was just about to take my life." Okay, and we turned him around before he got off.
You know what? If that's the case, you can go onto that channel, and in 10 minutes, all those men will be straight, and we're gonna have nobody reading it into the districts. You got it.
No, I'm gonna let y'all have it, Scam. You go, Scam. Go. You ain't going over there with him, Scam?
No.
Wait. What Cody at? Cody, come here. What you got for me, bro?
Scam.
Hold on. Let Cody get his.
I got no problem with them now.
I don't either.
It's admirable, Mandrell, but I think it was the people you chose was poor. I think they're extremely biased, spiteful, and agenda-pushing losers. And they're very much so stuck in a victim mindset. And you can see that just from everything they fucking said the entire time that they were up there.
That's what I said.
I like this guy.
You could have picked a more normal group of people to go up there, and it would have been way different, right? You just called me gay?
No, not you. I said get some white gay dudes.
We had one. We should have had Kevin up there.
I didn't call you gay. I don't know you like that, bro.
It would have gone much different. You could have had a sincere conversation, something genuine. But I think those two weirdos were not it, bro.
I'm sorry, Cody.
Anywhere with that.
Cody, I think in the comments you had a response for me to something I said.
Yeah, he did. That was my bad, bro. It was about 15 minutes ago.
No problem. I just didn't. If you have something to say.
If you remember it, Cody.
That was years ago, bro. I don't know.
Okay, no problem. No problem.
Hey, black man, do you remember Kevin? You remember Kevin that came to your show, right?
Yeah.
I wish we could have set that up, like Kevin on the same panel with them.
Kevin on their show,
bro. And just like I told you about my family member, bro, that is gay, bro. He said, I am gay, but he said, I desire to have sex with men. He said, but I'm not doing that, the F word. He said, I'm not doing that F word that Mandrell trying to get people kicked off their channels done. He said, I don't do that F and stuff. And I said, really? Wait a minute, you gay? You supposed to be saying that? He said, I don't do it, bro. He said, I'm a male that he said gay is not a lifestyle. It's a preference of something. He said it's a preference. I said, what does that mean? He said, it's a preference that I want to have sex with a man, but it's not my lifestyle. He said, look how I dress. I dress like a man. I don't talk like no female. I don't talk like this. I don't talk like this. I don't behave this way. I ain't doing no nails. I'm not doing the hair. He said, when you see me, I'm a man. He said, I just desire to have sex with other men.
And that's what I'm saying. That's another, it's like there's 3 layers to this that we all try to, I think, address in one session. Like I said, the attraction, the masculine feminine thing, and then also the identity thing. Those are, to me, there's, you can say there's overlap to those, but those are still very different conversations. And I think to start a conversation off with individuals who embrace all 3 of those things, we're trying to get to, that's like going to college and we still in grade school here, in terms of conversation. So again, let's start with, can we get some understanding? Because again, I thought Mandrell's point was, again, as Black people across the board, and I agree with Scam when he talked about the problem with many in the Black Lives Matter movement wouldn't want to hear sort of all voices, including those, more masculine voices or more traditional voices in it. If this is an issue that affects all of us, then all voices should be heard. So I think, you need to be able to pull people together. So I don't even think them would be the appropriate ones for the conversation. So who can we have the conversation with and start it off if it's possible, right. So that's so I think I think it's just trying to do too much too soon.
I asked him
on the table that get intertwined together.
And you know what, Mr. Bennett? I asked him. I said, "Can you take a look at this show?" He did. It took him a few days, but he ended up watching it. And I asked him, what did he think about it? And he said, you know what? He said that. How did he say it? There's crabs in the bottom of every barrel, and there's always the lowest of the totem pole in any community. Absolutely. And he said when he looked at those guys, he said, I'm a part of the LGBTQ community, but when I looked at those guys, they're the lowest on the totem pole. He said, why are you guys talking to the lowest on the totem pole? He said, if you really want to have if you really want to have a conversation, you need to talk to gay men who are out here working, making their money, not being all this flamboyant and trying to get all this attention. He said you need to sit down and talk to men who are really gay, who want to sit down and have a conversation and not do all that squealing and talking and over talking and being disrespectful and calling people out their names and throwing sexual things at heterosexual men. Right? He said you should talk to real gay men that's not going to come on and do that.
Absolutely. And like I said, there is that internal friction. That, like I said, when my wife and I were at dinner, we were overhearing a conversation and they were talking about that. Like I said, there was guys, they were saying like they do not believe that there's a thing called bisexual. There's a segment in that community that says that's nonsense.
Exactly.
You're you're not.
Exactly.
So even in that space, there's that. But we don't have to necessarily get into that. But we're talking about issues that affect Black people. And can we be more when crimes or whatever is being committed for the purpose of one, that they're Black, and if you're going to add them on top of that, can there be some advocacy here? But
Mandrell needs to start vetting his women when he pick them to do these shows, because what happens is he needs to vet the right women when he pick these shows, because
check your bitches.
Check your bitches. Because I don't think we should get prison cheerleaders to do the show. I really do think that.
Wow.
I really do think that we should find men who live that lifestyle, who want to have a real serious conversation.
Yeah.
And I think that was probably my biggest. That was probably my biggest problem with having them being on the panel. I think when I seen the Wednesday show, that was my axe to grind was that they were just disrespectful, man. It was a whole different. I already seen the energy that they were bringing on there, and that's where, like, if you go on to and shout out to 5100, my man CJ, my man Tez, they gave their own synopsis on, you know, what was going on the Wednesday and the Friday show. And it was in my opinion, it was very honest. We all sat there and we spoke, but that's why I was hoping that CJ was ever able to come up on here also himself, because our biggest problem was how pretentious they were when it came down to, they did not like it. It was like they didn't like themselves. That's what it showed to us. You didn't like yourself, and you want us to accept you, and you don't even accept your damn self. At the end of the day, it just came down because I was trying to find out where we were. Me, Hink, No Cap, Black Man, everybody that was on there, that was the heterosexual man was on there. Where do we go to a point of being disrespectful to them? And I couldn't see the disrespect. I didn't see it
disrespectful to them.
Yes, that was where it came down to.
It's disrespectful to them. That's the whole. That's what I'm telling you. This is pointless with these people, with certain people. Like I say, it's guys out there, man. Look, we got commonality in a lot of areas. We're both human, and we're both men. That's really where the commonality ends. My right to swing ends where your nose begins, and vice versa. You know what I mean? Right. If as long as we can respect those boundaries, people can live the lifestyle they want to live. I don't think that they're destroying the community or anything else. They're destroying themselves. In which case, drug addicts are destroying themselves. Prostitutes are destroying themselves. If you have the right to destroy yourself if you want to.
Yeah.
It just can't spread to other people.
Right. Absolutely.
And yeah, that's when it becomes an issue. Other than that, I don't have an issue with their existence. They have an issue with your existence and my existence.
Yes, sir. Hey, before you say something, Scam, Vaughn said, my question is, what is the purpose of the conversation, and what do you believe the outcome will be?
That's a Mandrell question.
Yeah, you still there, Drilly? He's not there. He'll be back. He probably wouldn't got something to eat.
Yeah,
or something like that.
I
can honestly say right now, man, I think it's unanimous, man, that this conversation, I don't know, Freezy, what you think? I don't think that personally, I don't think that this conversation would be, not with them, that it would be a purposeful conversation at all. I think it would serve no purpose other than for them to get likes and you know.
Well, I mean, just to be candid, you know, I was only going to do it because Mandrell is my boy. That's my homeboy. You know what I'm saying? That was the only reason. I mean, they know my stance. They know I choose a side, and they know I don't compromise my beliefs or my ideals. I don't do that. You're not going to word salad me into you know, thinking a certain type of way or conjoining it to a certain type of, you know, I don't know, just like double thinking or something like that. I'm not that guy. But that's why I'm saying, like, there are fundamental things that I thought that we could come into, you know, a common conclusion with, like I said, like the drag queen thing, you know, as far as permission slips or something. They didn't even want to agree with that. So it's just like they're so strong with you know, and they're not even trying to level on any type of ground. You understand what I'm saying? The way they was coming at us, if we didn't adhere to how they felt and what they believed, there is no bridging the gap. I think they made that stance a long time ago.
Yeah,
and then he had the audacity. He had the audacity to say, y'all don't have to have no permission slip for the coaches to coach your sons on the football team.
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
fill out a permission slip for your child to play football.
Exactly.
And get a physical.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah. You see what I'm saying? It's disingenuous. I hate that word, but that's what it is.
Right.
And like my grandmother used to tell me, man, don't argue with fools because somebody from the outside will not be able to tell who's who. You recognize somebody a fool, that's my cue to exit stage left.
And you know what? Another thing, JT, we talked about sexual assault, right?
Mm-hmm.
But one thing I'm surprised nobody touched on, which we always talk about this, is our single parent household, single mothers raising these boys, these young boys.
They would not, dog. They would not allow it. No, we would have touched on it again. What they did was they were trying to take the conversation and veer it towards whatever it is they wanted to talk about. We definitely would have hit on that because understand. What was the one chaotic? What was his name? I was about to call him chaotic. It was one of those goddamn names.
Conscious TV.
Not conscious. His side.
Reckless. His side piece. Yeah.
Reckless. Right. Well, I call him Kevin Tamble.
The name speaks for itself.
He said back. Right. He was out there talking about. First, he was saying that we need to be, we shouldn't be talking about children. This was in the back chat when we was talking, and he was talking about, what get on my damn nerves because y'all always talking about the children. Let the children think the way that they want to think. He was going into those terms, and we was like, what are you talking about? But when it actually comes down to it, bro, they did not want to talk about that single mother because I guarantee one or both of them had been raised by a single mom, and she did a poor fucking job raising them as adults, not as a man, not as gay, just as an adult. When you hear how they talk, it tells everything. One considered himself, that was conscious, a bad bitch. Am I lying?
Right. Nope. Because Freezy asked him, what are your pronouns? He said male, he said man, male, bad bitch.
Yeah.
That shit's sad, man.
Hey, JT.
He said, thank God.
JT's microphone.
I got it. Am I good now?
It was popping.
It was popping.
Yeah, I just reset my sound. Is it still popping?
For the record, he was just joking with the bad bitch comment.
Bro,
he was what?
He was just joking.
Mandrell, what I want you to do, because you're my brother and I love you, I want you to stop being their spokesperson right now. Don't tell us who was joking, who wasn't joking. You don't know that, Mandrell. Now we know when you joking, but we don't know when the enemy's joking. So what I'm saying to you, you can't come on here.
They refer to each other as girl. What are you talking about, Mandrell? Girl. They were on the Black Man Unfiltered channel referring to each other as girl. One said,
I got a question for you.
Let me say this too. Let me say this too, JT. When I asked them what the pronoun, whatever, when I was talking, to address them, bro, I felt so uncomfortable asking that question. But I'm gonna tell you why. I don't even play into that pronoun shit. But just for the simple fact, because they were guests, and I know that me and Mandrell had talked, and we talked to JT on CJ's and what is it?
100.
Yeah. See, I knew that a lot of people was waiting on me to fly the handle, but I was bro. They didn't even take into consideration, or at least he trying to ask me the pronoun. Bro, I don't even want to talk. I don't want to ask that shit. I want to say nigga and he and him and he and all kind of shit. Feel what I'm saying? Right. But I was trying to be considerate, but they didn't even take that into consideration. Like, it's heterosexual men out here. If they even go that far, that's a step. That's a step to try to further the conversation. You feel what I'm saying, JT?
Absolutely.
JT,
Absolutely.
Question.
Yes, sir.
Question. Okay, and I'm saying this I'll just be honest. There's stuff I didn't agree with this conversation. Like when I was watching it, there's some stuff I don't agree with, some stuff that y'all may say or how say, whatever. But I'm in on dust panels, And it's stuff that actually really like makes me have to pause for 45 seconds. And I can't believe what the hell I just heard. And these are regular, straight people.
Mm-hmm.
What were your expectations if you knew that they are homosexual or trans? Or like, I don't understand. I don't know that much about the gay community, or I don't know what they identify as, but you knew that that's what they were. What were your expectations? Were you expecting a normal conversation? Like, I'm outraged. Like I'm saying this, I get outraged by the dust they hear on the dust panels. But this is some stuff I was fairly expecting. I just didn't know what. You get what I'm saying?
Right. So this is the thing. Again, a lot of this stuff, you're asking if you know what was the what did we expect the outcome to be, right?
And some of it is what response. Okay, if you say certain things, they said in the beginning, hey, you come with regular energy, we get regular energy. You swing below the belt, we swing below the belt too. Therefore, some stuff that Hank said, some stuff Dirty Folk said, you can kind of expect what response you're going to get from that. I missed, and I'm saying this because I missed what triggered the whole altercation between you and them. I just saw stuff that Hank said and Dirty Folks. But what are you expecting the conversation?
Okay, so the first thing that triggered it was Conscious TV was asked a certain question and he did not answer it. And all I did was do this. And that's what triggered him. Right? That was the first thing. I ain't even say shit yet.
And like I said earlier,
I'm knowing you to be a fair person.
Cam, as like I said earlier, both sides have to have thick skin for this conversation because we're gonna get into some real tough subjects. They're gonna be some real tough questions. And
but it wasn't anything.
And like I said, and you just made you just making that face, JT, triggering somebody. I was like,
I would do it to you. I
know. Let me finish. What I'm saying, you making that face trigger somebody, that was it. It goes back to what Cody was saying. It ain't. Hold on.
We're trying to get to a point.
I know you making a face should not have triggered anybody.
Right. We're trying to get to a point. We're trying to get to a point, and I think what it was that I can't remember. Somebody asked a question that was a direct question, and they wanted a direct answer. What I got agitated for was because this motherfucker went to slavery and talking about black people.
Hey,
and I put my hands up. Now the thing that made them triggered all the way around was this. The question was posed to what masculinity was.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Now understand this. Before I said what I said, this is what happened. Black man, he said he was asking a question to Conscious TV. Conscious TV should have just went on and answered the question. He didn't. He reached out to me and said, well, JT, you stay on the bottom because that's where the fuck you supposed to be. That's when I said, nigga, answer the motherfucking question. Quit talking about me, talking that greasy ass shit. And that's when I said, hey man, now you might not be able to hear it because he was talking over me. So then that's when Black man said, hold on, let's get it back. He then, about 5 minutes after that, when it was my turn to talk, he apologized, right? He said, I apologize to JT, because whatever. And I was like, all right, man, it is what it is. We having a conversation. I knew that conversation wasn't going to last because I knew what I was getting ready to say. And what I said was, you guys, because the question was, what was masculinity? And I said, you guys are the total opposite of what masculinity is. You are dropouts of manhood. That's what triggered them off.
So that was belt first. What were you expecting?
Listen, bro, is that swinging below the belt when someone already, for one, sat back and disrespected me? Where was the lie? All I asked was, what was the lie? He asked, what was masculinity? They were talking about one said masculinity is me, and pop their lips. They were being so fucking, and at the end of the day, I got tired of the bullshit. I said, no, let's have the conversation. You ain't masculinity, homie. No, you are not masculinity. You're the total opposite of what masculinity is. As a matter of fact, you are a dropout of manhood.
No, JT, what I'm saying is that
dropped out of manhood.
I'm saying is me and you arguing, me and Freezy arguing a talking point over simping in Las Vegas. Even if I say, man, that's stupid. The talking point is arguing talking point. When I start calling, man, you a bitch ass nigga. That's when we swinging below the belt. Now it's no respect.
I get that. I didn't call him a bitch ass nigga. I said that him and his homeboy, because they were on the panel, they were the biggest motherfucking elephant in the fucking room. What is manhood? It ain't these two niggas. I'm gonna point it out. Ain't nobody else gonna point it out. As many shots as they was taking at everybody on that panel, bro. I wanted to get rid of that whole goddamn elephant nobody talking about. These motherfuckers there being contentious, huh?
Are we talking about below? Are we talking talking point shots? Or are we talking below the belt?
It was it was a shot against him. I ain't gonna lie, but it was a direct shot because what we were talking about, they were totally against it. Again, when Freezy was talking, having his talking points, they kept dismissing it. When somebody asked them direct questions, they kept acting like little girls and answering in a stupid ass way. So at the end of the day, fuck this shit. I'm about to give them a direct answer, and let me show you how this shit go.
You get where I'm trying to go with this?
Well, kind of going with JT too, because let's remember, let's also revisit that. As I was talking on the panel, they was calling me bottom and shit in the damn chat and all that shit.
Okay, that's below the belt.
But I didn't address that. I didn't even acknowledge that shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to have a conversation.
Everybody was being respectful, man. We were just having our point of views. That's where it got bad. And when every time, listen, they were being catered to, bro.
No, them some
red carpet was rolled out for them. They didn't come in there. The red carpet was rolled out for them. So at the end of the day, go ahead, Cap.
All I was saying, their community is some real bullies, bro. I don't give a damn what nobody say. There's some real bullies in that motherfucker, in that community, bro. I don't give a damn.
All you got to do is go to this channel, Conscious TV. I ain't got a problem with telling people. Go in there and see what it's all about. I guarantee all you're gonna see is homosexual men and women. And they talk the most crass shit ever, bro.
They do. Now, Mandrell know that now. He know that now. Shit.
Okay. They were invited to the panel, and you knew and someone knew who they were and how they communicate, correct?
Yes.
So what would you expect?
No, I didn't know of them. I didn't know of them or their content. Mandrell said, "Hey man, I got these couple of guys I want to do a show on Wednesday." I'm like, "Okay, cool." So when the show happened, I'm like, "Okay, everything good. We got the show set up. We good to go." But then, during the show, I'm like, "Okay, I'm watching." But then after the show, I'm like, "Oh shit!" So I guess this is not. They don't want the world to hear this part of how they feel, right? Because it was niggas ain't shit. For about 35, 40 minutes.
The problem I got with you niggas, the problem I got with this, man, they was going in. This was after the cameras was off. We wasn't broadcasting no more, and they were in the back. Nobody disrespected, dog. We were still men. At the end of the day, we were not there talking about we don't like your lifestyle, we don't care. It was none of that. It was, what was y'all problem with us? Why do y'all have a problem with what we said? That's what it was. We didn't have a problem with what they said. It was where it was being conveyed from. And it was from a place of hate. This is why it got to the point where when Driscoll asked him, I mean, you talk a lot about all of this matriarchic. Are you matriarchic or are you patriarchic?
To me,
the other said both.
To me, the best thing about the conversation is that it might be some teenagers watching us, like the third party. That's the best thing about the conversation. The third party that's watching, well, they can decide, who's right, who's wrong. You know what I'm saying? What makes sense, what don't. It's really, to me, it really wasn't about conscious or reckless grown ass. You know what I'm saying? It was about the third party that's watching. I care about, maybe it's, it might be a boy in college, a girl in college or something, because they watch these spaces. They be in tune with these spaces. So
no,
I think there is positivity that can come out of it though.
Yeah, I'm asking because I missed a part of it, and I'm also trying to understand and hear y'all's side, like what was said, where the disrespect started. I was just trying to like clarify.
Yeah, well, that
like,
was.
I'm not accusing one side of saying or doing. I'm just trying to put it together.
What I didn't like was the fact that when they was on there and like when what's his name said to Black Man when he was just like, it's because of me that you got all of these likes and all of these people on your channel. It was like the disrespect, and when Black Man was like, what the fuck I do to you? Like they were swinging at everybody, people that didn't really even say shit. They were swinging. And it was only because we had a different way of how we thought than they did. Our whole thing, bro, think about it. We're on a channel, we talk about what's manhood and what's womanhood, and what's the only thing they had to be was honest. The conversation would have been great. It would have been a great, man, we were asking when they had, what was the guy, the flip-flopper, what was his name?
JT, I'm saying this because I come from Dust Pound. Like I started over in the Dust Pound.
Kevin, that was when Kevin came over. Kevin had his fist barred up, and then he had to unbar. The first person he swung at was Mandrell. And Mandrell told him, he said, "Hey, look, you can't swing at me like that no more. Unbar your fist, man. I'm here in peace." After that, the conversation was very transparent. They didn't have any transparent conversations.
Now, JT, hear me out. I've spent a lot of time on dust panels. That's the norm, no matter who it is. The women are out of control. The dudes want to beat up on women. If you say a woman is pretty, you a simp. They out of control to the point where you're not allowed to even be who you are. That's like almost across the board. Okay. So I don't even see this any different. I'm used to, I show up and say, it's people taking shots because I say I grew up with my dad, because I grew up with my mom and dad. That's 5 fights already.
They take shots at me because
and I didn't even know the person's name. The other day, I was on Chef Chapin, Barbershop. It's 3 clowns trying to troll me in the chat about me saying that I'm a troll. They can't handle that. And one of them been taking shots for a couple weeks. And he's not even somebody I ever trolled. Like, the people are what they are. There's a whole bunch of people, they got 58,000 problems, and they're just crazy. So I don't expect people who are homosexual to be any different.
Hey, bro, this is my thing.
Women are out of control.
I welcome all conversations. They just have to be respectful, bro. I don't give a my whole thing is that them guys, right? So when they have a mindset like that and they come into a space like Black Man Unfiltered, they come into a space like What We Know podcast. We want to have the conversation. Now, if I wanted to just go out there and troll and all that shit, that'll be for whoever. I'm a 50-year-old man, dog. I ain't got time for all that shit. I got other shit to do. You dig what I'm saying? So if I'm going to have a conversation with you, right? I don't have time for that. Let me tell you, I have family members, I have people in different communities that I work in, and they go from all walks of life. I've grew up with thug ass family members, gay ones, whatever the hell they are. Guess what? I didn't have to be them. I'm gonna say it like how Chris Rock said it, because I had parents. They taught me how to have decorum. If we're having a conversation, we're having a conversation. When it comes down to it, the conversation we had with them could have opened the doors. They missed it. Mandrell didn't miss the opportunity because he's gonna live whether they have the conversation with us or not. This is a thing where Mandrell was like, this is an interesting type of thing that we need to talk about. I think we should bridge the gap or whatever. This is as a heterosexual man. They on the standpoint of fuck them niggas. They didn't like us over there. We know that they ain't gonna like us. If we go over there, it's gonna be some fuck shit. I'm telling you. We go over there, motherfuckers gonna be flagging channels and all kind of shit. I see it. This motherfucker got almost 50,000 followers, bro.
No, JT, all I'm saying is, if we had a show on next Friday and it was modern women something, and you invited 3 modern women, expect them to behave like modern women. That's what you invited. So expect them to say,
but this is the thing. The difference is that you can have men, like for instance, I can talk to women, right? Guess what I don't do? Talk to disrespectful women. I'm not gonna have a long ass fucking conversation with a bunch of disrespectful ass motherfuckers.
If you invited them on your panel and you at least know that they were modern, there should be
right. That's because
but you still gotta have decorum though.
Yes.
So hold on. Then you invite, I won't say any names, you invite this person who you know has nothing but boxing gloves waiting to beat up on every woman they say, and then they come with a cheap.
I know who you're talking about.
Later this one, what would the environment be? And they're already modern. What would you be expecting to happen?
If he came on my platform, disrespecting, guess what? I got the power to oust the shit out of his ass. He gone. Mutual respect is what we are trying to get to. The conversations that we're having nowadays, bro, if you compare them to the ones 5 years ago, trust me, they're way better. Way better than they were 5 years ago, let alone, 10 years ago. The conversation is just the process that we have to go through, bro.
Look, JT, let me cut in, man. I'm sorry to cut in on you, but you said something that's important. You said mutual respect is where we're trying to get to, but I think that it should be where we start at.
We start at it, yes.
You see what I mean? Like,
yes.
If you can't even start from a position of mutual respect with somebody, I don't have no business talking to you. All we gonna do is fight. That's street shit. You know what I'm saying? If you don't even have mutual respect for me, all we got for each other is them blows.
Yeah.
And then
that's the thing
to respect each other.
Yeah.
But if I can't start somewhere with mutual respect for a human being, a person, man, woman, whatever, I'm not fucking with it. I'm not going.
Big Mike, I got you. I'm just saying, like if I go to a dust panel, I know that it's a disrespectful environment. Therefore, I expect some dust.
You went
or if I go on
you with the shit.
Or if I go on disrespect.com and say, hey, I need y'all to come and do a show with me on Tuesday, I expect some warfare.
Yeah.
Or if I just get some people and I don't know who they are and they kind of out of control or whatever it is, I'm expect some conflict because they think way over here and they don't even know me. And I got 5 people they don't even know. It might be some problems.
But conflict is not the problem. When we have conversation, dog, that's a part of conflict. It's the level of conflict that it is. If you about the shits and you go over there and knowing that you over there with the shits, yes, that's the same thing that Black Man was just telling Mandrell. If we go over there, we're not going over there to have a conversation. We going over that motherfucker, and it's about to be war. And we don't have the right weapons. They can mute us. They can talk us. It's going down again, and it goes to. I've seen the conversation before.
But JT, make their mute your weapon.
Yes, absolutely.
No, how about don't go over it?
I've done that a few times.
Less is more.
I make somebody's mute button my weapon.
No, I dare you to go over it.
I'm obviously getting ready to kill you, so you're trying to block any attempts of me getting ready to kill you. Trying to protect yourself by using that mute button. So the mute button is my weapon. I know when I get muted, I'm dropping some heat.
That was what I did on Black Man Unfiltered. When I got a chance to talk, we had a lot of people. We know you got to say what you got to say, man, and make sure that the shit is gonna be powerful because you might not get the bike again. Because there's a lot of people that got different thoughts, and we over talk and all kind of shit, man. We prolong because we got a lot of shit on our mind, but it's just a respect. You know what I'm saying? Because we like being. Obviously, we all like being on here having these conversations, right? So when I sat back, going back to that one that triggered them cats, I kept trying to understand where was the lie at when I called them dropouts.
There wasn't no
fucking dropout.
There wasn't
You
no
fucking dropout. Right.
Be honest, I wouldn't ask them most about masculinity or femininity because they don't know anything about either or.
That's why I was laughing when Black Man when he did it and had them on.
That's not the authority to ask on that.
That's how I knew when we was on here. But this was the thing. This is why Black Man. It tickled me when I saw it again, and I said that shit was smarter than a motherfucker right there.
I had a question
Because
too.
the question that Black Man did, that he asked, literally was supposed to have real dialogue. And because he asked it, it gave us our answer. They ain't here for a fucking conversation. Hey. Because if they was real about that shit, they would have said, you know what? Yes, I'm not trying to be a traditional man, a heterosexual man. I'm fluid. I'm this. They can explain themselves. I like women and men, or I like just men. They can explain it. That was the whole thing. Instead, what they did was show exactly who they were. We ain't talking about being gay. They were horrible people, man.
JT.
They could have answered that question, and they could have did it like gay men or just adults being adults.
Mandrell, did you hear what I said, Mandrell, earlier? What my brother-in-law said? My brother-in-law said, "Why did y'all pick the bottom of the barrel of our community to represent us on the show?"
I didn't hear that.
Yeah, and that's what they were.
So your brother-in-law, wait, hold on. Your brother-in-law saw it?
Yes, I had him watch it because he's gay.
He saw the Wednesday show or the Friday show or both?
I had him watch it because he's gay, and he watched it, and he said in our community, like Mr. Bennett was also agreeing with me, he said in our community we don't put up with that shit. He said y'all should have went and got some real men who are gay, who have sex with men who are gay, and to come on the show to have a real conversation. He said to have some great dialogue. He said y'all went down to the bottom of the barrel and found two men that like dudes and put them on a panel. He said it was a shit show.
Friday or Wednesday?
Both.
Oh, fair enough. I mean, look, the thing is, I don't know. The thing is, I don't know any like that. You know what I'm saying? At least I know two. I got a cousin, and I got a friend of mine, and neither one of them would be interested in coming on live on the camera and having that conversation.
That was a good answer, man, Dre. Because if you was like, "Well, fuck them," I got a whole slew of these motherfuckers.
Right? No, look, I'm being true. I'm being honest, man. It's just it ain't my scene. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I mean, when am I gonna run into anyone from that community? I don't.
No, Mandrell, Alabama full of them, Mandrell. Come on now.
Look, it might be. I don't know.
Alabama been full of them, but and so is Atlanta. Everywhere is full of them. But I'm telling you, this whole narrative about this deep-seated hatred from the black community coming their way, that shit is not true. It's not true. Our grandmothers, man, it's been gay people around, bro, and they weren't getting all the time. Up. They were not getting beat up. They weren't even hardly getting talked about.
No, I got slight pushback on that.
And they're very good for the church.
I'm just talking about my
overall. It's not as bad as they say, but when it does happen, it is bad. When you talk
we talked about it earlier, but they are a minority.
When what happened?
Huh?
When what happened?
When what happened? Okay, 80s and 90s, you couldn't be. You can get stomped.
That's a lie. That's a lie. Did you see how niggas was dressing back then?
80s, 90s.
That's a lie.
70s, 60s, 50s, 40s,
yes,
30s, 20s.
People, you know what the thing was back then though? People knew that other people were gay, but they had respect for them, and the gay people had respect for them. It wasn't no pushing it down. They told them, "Hey, you gonna." No, it was none of that. We knew the choir director was gay. We knew the organ player was gay. We knew who the gay preachers was, the gay singers. We knew who the great gay artists were. We knew all the gay people. We knew the gay teachers at school. We knew all of that shit. But guess what? Them gay teachers stayed to themselves. They didn't want out here being all flamboyant. They stayed to themselves. They had relationships, and nobody gave a fuck.
I mean,
I saw something different.
People were
ones who were
sexually
acting funny or whatever, they got picked when they did get bullied. Because most bullies weren't going and targeting them. That was an argument I had with them about the bullying. Because it was on Bully Clearance Show.
No,
they were saying that all these people, straight men, I'm like, look, no, most people ain't bothering y'all. They don't care. Most people who are even bullies don't go and target, don't come target. Hey, let's go find. That's not the real. But one truth I can say, but I can't say it's a truth and back it up with no data. The times when they were getting bullied when I was growing up, it was bad. It was like times 3. So it was less often that it happened.
Got beat up and bullied than a regular dude?
Say it again.
So you saying that for every regular dude that got bullied, 3 gay dudes got bullied?
No, what I'm saying is this. Less people bullied gay men. It happened less often. But when it did happen, it was 3 times as bad. That's what I'm saying.
Bro,
I don't think the severity of the bullying is the issue. I'm talking about the occurrences of the bullying. I want to know the numbers.
The occurrences was
I
less.
want to know numbers. Like these
numbers were less, but when it happened, it was
crimes. So if they're reported, then we should have some solid data on how many of them getting beat up every year by black people. We should have solid data on that.
I can't give you these numbers from the 80s.
That's what I'm saying. Until I can get those numbers. Now I will say this.
Right. That's why I'm just saying this is what I seen. And
I'll say this. I study sociology. Like that's my field of study. So I need numbers. I need data. Yeah. I can't operate off of what people think or feel is happening. If I'm saying my personal experience, and I got several gay family members. I know niggas in with the prison that came out gay. I know dudes in the neighborhood that's gay that dress up like women at night and sell their ass on the street. I've known all of these people since I've grown up from just being in the environment.
No, I got you. All I can say is,
I
can say is the basis, and then leave it open to critical thinking. That's all I can say.
Now, if you want to talk about how many white boys come down there and beat their ass, we can talk about that. Because if
probably mostly them,
they were getting beat up by somebody from outside of the neighborhood that they was probably fucking with or tried to run a trick on or rob or do whatever else they do, like regular people do. They commit crimes too. So yeah, if somebody steals from somebody and they get caught, and they just so happen to be gay, you can't say the severity of the ass whipping was because they were gay.
Most gay dudes.
That's fair.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is I can't go. None of us can go and dig up the data, or we're not in the community. We're not gay, so we can't tell you what it really was from the inside.
The FBI got the data. We can all go dig the data up, but I don't think nobody wants to. Because see, once you dig the data up and you base the narrative off the data, then that rewrites that narrative.
Yeah, I'll leave it alone. But that's all I can say, and I just leave it open to critical thinking.
Black Man of Culture, you get my text?
I mean, I say this: some things can be critically thought, but science isn't one of them.
Yeah, but I can't pull up something that's documented, and then you pull up something, and then we compare it, and we don't have it. And even if there's some FBI statistic, that still doesn't even vouch for it.
The FBI keeps the crime statistics.
The FBI is not going to have a crime statistic of a 9th grade dude getting drugged behind the bleachers and his melon thumped. It's not going to show up on the report. Or a dude
it may not
jumped in the back. It's not going to be on there.
It may not. But I know plenty of straight dudes that got their ass, got their melon thumped.
Agreed.
And drug in the bathroom and everything else. Got shot, killed, all types of shit.
Yeah, agreed. But I'm saying, I'll leave it alone because it's nothing I can show and back up So I'm just saying this is what I saw, and that's all I can say.
Yeah. They documented Josie Smollett.
That shit was fake as fuck.
That was a joke. You know he made that up. I know.
It was a lie.
That was a joke, man.
They got old juice in there.
Mandrell. So if you had brought your cousin on and whoever else I missed that second one, but that would have been a much more legitimate interview, I think, because at least they'd be coming at you, with a place of respect and without bias. You know what I mean? No malice in it to try to push their narrative. if you can even hear me.
I would say you still need them in there. You just need to balance them out with a control group.
With those two that we're on?
Yeah, you still need them, but you need to perhaps get a gay dude of another race or a gay dude of another age, or maybe another. You gotta counteract it. You have to have a control for there to be an experiment.
I come from Dutch panels, so deceit and disingenuous and all the shady whatever, that's my norm. That's what I'm used to seeing amongst the men and the women regardless. So I wouldn't expect anything different from two dudes that were getting. When I was in the back chat, I only argued the talking points. I didn't have no problem. But I'm not saying that they're innocent. But I mean, I didn't see what they were saying to Freezy in the chat. Or, I'm just saying.
I mean, look, like I said, I fall short of sitting up, judging somebody's lifestyle and whether I think it's right or wrong. Because like I said, I've made my choice, and that's all that I can do anything about. I can't do anything about the choice my kids make, my grandkids make, none of that. I made my choice. I would say this, I would like for them to do something about all these homeless gay kids that's down here living under the bridge that I have to pass by every day.
Yes, sir. Come on.
Maybe they could talk about that. Maybe that's a good fight for them to have, because it's kids out here suffering. These are young dudes out here in the streets of Atlanta living under bridges and shit.
Come on, man.
Hey, I lived in Midtown and used to walk to work up Piedmont. I saw all kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I walked from North Avenue through Piedmont up to Peachtree.
Yeah.
Every day.
Yeah. So you already know.
Hey, Big Mike, are those kids that you're talking about actually gay, or are they just tricking because they're homeless and doing drugs?
I mean, it could go both ways.
I mean,
it could be either way, because like we just said, that goes back to whether people were born that way or whether they were socialized that way. Maybe they tricking to do drugs.
Yeah, I didn't know the ones on Piedmont. I didn't know that they were tricking. One of our employees told me. I didn't know that they were prostitutes.
Yeah.
Not till 6 months after walking through there, I was like, oh, look, somebody's paying for this.
Yeah.
Because like you could smell them from like 6 feet away.
Yeah. I've never smelled one. I drive through there every day, but I don't get out.
I used to walk every morning and I walk to work. So
hey, I lock my doors, roll the windows up.
That's disgusting.
But I mean that's really a problem.
Cody said that's disgusting.
That's a noble fight for them to engage in. I mean, if they want to fight, and you know something, a brother like me would support it, because I don't like to see no human suffer.
Yeah.
I don't like to see no human suffering. But we got veterans out here too. Maybe that's my fight. But if they want to fight something, they got plenty of social issues they could fight.
Yes, sir. And they don't have to lead with their sexuality, huh?
The black heterosexual man is not their number one social problem.
Not at all.
That is true.
Not at all.
And
Not at all.
And I push back on when they're preaching about the patriarchy. So it's
like, you know what?
Social problem.
Except, you know what? They said we're the problem, and Big Mike, you just had a great example. You're a numbers man. I'm a numbers man too. So when if you're on a panel with them, my question would be, hey, listen, you're so for these gay rights and for men to go read to children. Can you prove to us or show us any type of financial record of how many organizations you donate to help homeless male boys who have came out the closet and who are living under bridges? Or homeless little girls whose parents have a religious background that kick their children out? Do you have financial numbers to show us who you're supporting? And that's when you start ruffling some feathers. Because if you want to see what I'm doing in the community, I can give you receipts, but can you give me yours?
Right.
Of course they can, because it's bullshit.
And chances are they probably wouldn't do nothing for a man that they weren't having sex with.
Exactly.
Wow.
So, you know what I'm saying? So that's really what it comes down to. Even if they did take one of them in, it would probably be a sexual relationship as more so than help. So you got to understand what type of person you're dealing with and what type of issues they may have. I'll say that.
Now, the guy that you had on your show, Black Man, at that time, the flip flopper, I don't know why, Kevin.
Yeah, flip flops. Yeah.
What he did was he raised those issues when he was talking. He raised the issues of homelessness. He raised the issue of kids out here on their own. He raised the issue of how racism is deep into the LGBT community, deep into it. He raised the issue of, being trans, and even the people in the LGBT, it was certain trans people that they did not accept. He raised all these questions. The conflict that they have within their own community. They got way more problems in their own community than they got with us. Their problem is
they kept saying there's no agenda for black men to be pushed into these narratives of in these feminine photo shoots, or men being put in position to be like females, putting on dresses. There is no agenda against the black man. That's what they said.
Here's my pushback on that, because it was like they emasculated the man. Whoever that actor is that they keep that's on every thumbnail with the legs crossed.
Okay. I know who you're talking about, my man that was in that's
Jonathan Majors.
Yeah, Jonathan Majors.
At any given time, he can do this thing called raise his hand and say, "Excuse me, sir. No, I'm not doing it."
No, but
stuck something in his arm.
But what's the pushback?
But I'm saying it's like they emasculated this man. No, he volunteered.
No, it's not the man. It's not the man that they emasculated, bro. That's not the message. The message is the visual that you see. That's why we get shit inflated. That visual that you see. You got these men that's supposed to be heterosexual men. The visual is that these men are being emasculated by what they're wearing, by what this man was. I'm like, God damn. It is. There's a lot of truth to that. The only thing is that it's supposed to raise the conversation. It is not to be, we didn't raise the conversation for them to dismiss it and say, that's not true. That's bullshit. It is. There's a truth to it. And that's what I had an issue myself personally, had an issue with those two gentlemen that was on there.
Right. If you look at those pictures of Jonathan Majors, he had on knee-high boots with tights.
Sewn into the jeans.
Right. Yeah. Right. And then they had him with his lips pulled together, like he, like one of them looks. And he sit on the couch, it being in a very feminine way. And the visual to that is like, even Young Thug on his album cover, he put on a dress and got on the album cover of his album cover. These young men he said he a young thug, but he got a dress on the album cover. So it's like there is emasculation. The visuals are emasculating.
Just like
I think that what our problem is the media. That's really what our problem is. It's not they don't portray the average black man.
Right.
They don't portray me, you, Mandrell, you know what I'm saying? Scam Likely. Ain't nobody on here dressed like no woman. Nobody on here trying to dress like a woman. And it is probably 99.99% of us aren't dressing like women. Right. But you got the media that's promoting that 0.01%, and they just keep running their narrative. See, all they got to do is keep running the loop.
Yeah, and one of the things that Kevin said, the guy that came on my show that used to be trans but went back to a man and all this other stuff, he said, you know what? I'm not a racist person. He said, but I do want to say this about black men. He said the only time you see black men on TV these days, the only time you see them, they're not in father roles like The Cosby Show or Good Times, or they're not in those father roles anymore, or action films. He said they're in feminine roles. He said, look at the commercials. All the men are feminine. Look at all the TV shows. All the gay men are fighting each other and throwing wine in each other's face. He said, you tell me a show that has a strong black character playing a father right now.
I just say turn the TV off.
Yeah, I don't watch those shows.
It's no longer our issue.
You do understand too. This was some fucked up shit too that I've seen. Mandrell, that's what I was telling you. I said, man, I have to look sometimes in order to even have commentary, man. I can't look at a lot of these spaces that is kind of like in alignment with me because I lose my original thought, right? But I did come across a channel, and this was probably a couple of years ago, where there were white men that were fighting against. They weren't fighting against. They were just pointed out that the way that they're being portrayed as being doofus. As far as husbands, they're always stupid ass husbands and shit like that.
He's always
and I seen
failing upward.
Yeah, and these were white men, and I seen them. I seen them. They were saying, "No, that's some bullshit right there." They do the same thing that we do. But if like when I go in those spaces right there, and I hear how they talk, it's kind of almost the same thing to how we talk. We ain't that. We either gay. This is what I heard them saying. We're either gay or we some doofus ass husband, you know. And they started naming all these shows and shit like that. I was like, damn. That's when it got to a point where I was like, man, look, this is about what we're talking about is about just masculinity. There's a definitive term for it. All we got to do is agree, and that's the thing. How you think laws get pushed? It's about agreements.
JT, you didn't know that white dudes running the Victim Olympics just as fast as black people do?
No, that wasn't Victim Olympics. They were.
We're talking about in general.
No, I'm not saying, but this wasn't a Victim Olympics type of thing. This was a fighting back type of thing. This wasn't them complaining and saying we're not doing anything about it. They were saying, nah, motherfucker, this is what we are. This is what manhood is. This is what it is. And they fight against it. They will pull people from the opposite way of them thinking on their show and have a conversation with their ass. No, I want to show the world exactly how these motherfuckers think. So when you, Mandrell, when you pulled those guys on that show, that first show, I got it. I understood exactly what you were trying to do. That second show was the pushback. And what we were saying was, we on YouTube. This ain't us being in no motherfucking room. We need to show how these motherfuckers act. We could have been way worse, bro. That show, you wouldn't have heard nobody saying anything. They were over talking each and every man. We don't even accept, and that was what I said before. I said, we don't even accept this from women. Why are we accepting this from them?
And you know what? You know what got me, JT? Why the world is so upside down, bro? You know, Woman of the Year. Do you guys know who won Woman of the Year?
Yes.
Woman of the Year, Caitlyn Jenner. Not Caitlyn Jenner. What's the man's name? Bruce Jenner?
Yeah, Bruce Jenner. And that motherfucker wasn't even a woman for a year. He won Woman of the Year. And guess who came in second place? Viola Davis. Wow.
So my thing is, so you mean tell me this man is chosen as Woman of the Year? But then he showed up for the 30th anniversary of his Olympic thing as Bruce and accepted that award. So, motherfucker, you need to trick aside.
And a lot of people
fucking side.
And this is the thing about that, bro. A lot of these young folks don't even know who the hell Bruce Jenner actually is. We know this motherfucker was.
He was on the Wheaties box. He was a decathlete, Olympic decathlete.
Yes, this motherfucker did some real shit. And didn't nobody really know who he was then. But as soon as this man changed it to a woman, now this motherfucker is not only just one of the most talked about people in the United States, probably in the world, but he's also Woman of the Year, and he wasn't even a woman for a year. Bro, all we have to do is just point the shit out. It's not about Victim Olympics. We pointed out that we moved the fuck on. I mean,
nigga over Viola Davis, a real woman who got here doing the work.
Hey, but I'll say this though. The thing about the Victim Olympics is black people in this country really have not been allowed to run in the Victim Olympics. Everybody else in the damn Victim Olympics. It was kind of created for us. But we've not been able to compete in the Victim Olympics. It's too many people racing to the victimhood.
Yeah.
Because the victimhood equals benefits in this country. If you can appeal to somebody's guilt, then you can get benefits. And that's a fact. You see it all the way from the immigration to what's going on with that and everything else. Everybody comes in, they bigger victims than you. So you get to the back of the Victim Olympics line. I take offense to that being associated with us, being we're not allowed to compete in it.
Ooh, absolutely.
Hey, damn, I like that, boy. I like that.
Shit. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And this is the thing too. Again, when we talk about this whole thing about being men, at some point, bro, we understand as being there's a certain echelon of man that we trying to get to, from being a boy all the way up to being a man. And one of the things that we learn is that there are winners, there are losers, and you want to be the winner. You don't want nobody to take pity. You don't want anybody. That's not how this goes. It is a difficult thing to be a man. The only reason why we don't actually be like, oh man, it's hard being a man, is for the simple fact that we like being men. We like it. We take the good and we take the bad. We're not dropouts. We're just not. At the end of the day, you that's what we is. We're competitors.
Right. And honestly, man, being a man doesn't get difficult until you have kids or get a woman.
Yes.
That's when it becomes difficult.
Because when you by yourself,
that shit easy.
It's simple.
Stay alive, work.
You don't even need a car.
You don't really need a car. No, you don't. It depends on where you live.
Right. Depending on where you live, where you got to work, all that
shit. You don't even need a car. So being a single man is very simple. A very simple existence. I think back to those days, and I'm like, damn, I didn't have any responsibility except for myself.
Driscoll had said some shit that was so dope when he was talking about his him and his wife, and shout out to those two when he said his wife had commanded for him to be a man. She ain't never had to tell him. It was just certain things about her naturally that made him have to be the man that he became. He did. Remember when he said that, black man, when he said, he was like, I wasn't trying to marry her at first.
Yep.
He was like, I wasn't trying to do all of that. He said that was because he was in the part of the process. He said, but it was a time where she was so into her femininity where it commanded, not demanded, because she didn't have to say it. It commanded me to be a better man than what I've been.
It sounded like she knew how to use sexuality or hold out. Because that's all that means. Like, hey, I wanted her so bad, but she wouldn't let me fuck, so I had to get right.
Well, she already had kids, right? And his whole thing was that he did not want to date a woman with kids. He went back on his word. And the thing was, it's understandable. As men, we understood exactly how that happens. That's a beautiful woman. You know what I'm saying? She had all kind of flaws behind her, but he liked her that much where he was like, well, shit, I got to give this shit a chance. So he went back on a lot of his words, like what most of us men. We'll sit back and say what we won't do until we get that woman that can touch that spot, man. You know, and what it actually came down to was that what she did was she actually called for that man, to be responsible for her.
Yeah.
And he grew up in his masculinity because he met that woman, that particular woman too.
Well, once you find somebody that actually believes in your vision and your agenda, and that they're bought into what you're prescribing or what you want to accomplish in life, then it is a level of responsibility. See, leadership is a service position. A lot of people think being a leader is just, telling everybody what to do. But honestly, the leadership is the servant.
It's a service. It's a service role. I said that Friday. You know what I'm saying? No, not Friday, but Wednesday. You're a servant. You're a service to your wife and your children.
Right.
Because you're accountable. You're going to be held accountable as to whether that marriage passed or failed.
Right.
It's in the Bible. It says the man's going to be held accountable for that. I read those scriptures Wednesday on the live. And so what these guys get this whole thing from? Well, it's a benevolent dictatorship. No, it's not, dipshit.
On certain things, it is. I mean, when it comes to the agenda,
no, what I'm saying,
it is. It absolutely is.
On the agenda, yeah, but it ain't like you lord over her like what the way these guys are talking. You do whatever I say, when I say, and how I say, because I say.
Dictators serve their people. That's how
they don't. No, they don't. No, kings do that. Dictators are selfish. You do what I say, otherwise you're dead.
But
dictators run people in the gut.
It's some people, right. It's a lot of people that support dictatorships.
They don't support them. They do it. Hold on. They do it under duress.
And it's a lot of women, and it's a lot of women out here. It's a lot of men out here that allow their women to have the freedoms that you guys are speaking about. And those women are out here sucking every dick and fucking every Tom and Harry you can believe. And hold on, no. They're dressing any kind of way. They're dressing any kind of way. They're dressing any kind of way. They got their titties out. They got their ass out. Anything. I keep saying this, and people, I don't know why they didn't get it. Anything that God, if you're a spiritual person, anything that God puts you over, you have to have some authority over it. You have to.
I'm not talking about giving.
We're not talking about some. We're talking about. Go ahead, man.
We're not talking about giving them that kind of freedom and stuff like that. You're responsible for it. You're responsible for that woman. Yes. So that means, yes, you have to have some authority over it. You have to make sure that woman don't walk out with a skirt half an inch below the thing. You know what I'm saying? So making it easy access for creepos and shit.
Exactly.
And telling her to dress more modestly than that, that's helping her. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is, the people's perspective is just real twisted on that. When I say it's a servant's role, people like, I'm not subservient to her. No, you're not. Like, how they get it twisted in their mind, I'm like, I don't understand it. And it's a dictatorship. No, the thing is when you're married, the two of you are supposed to be mission first minded. Mission first, which is the vision that Mike said she bought into. Now, if that woman bought into your vision and bought into you and submits to you, okay, you're not going to have that kind of problem. Now, a woman who goes out the house and dresses like that, that's a woman who's either careless, really careless, or doesn't care about what her husband thinks.
You disagree with but it's still benevolent dictatorship, dog. No matter how you look at it, I get it.
Benevolent is the key word, though. See, we need to, you know what, Big Mike? I know you're in front of your computer. I'm not. If you look up the definition of benevolent and look up the definition of dictator, and watch this.
I mean, you need to be the shot caller.
Well-meaning and kindly.
I'm with Mandrell on this.
What does benevolent mean?
Well-meaning and kindly.
Well-meaning and kindly. Now, what does dictator mean?
Dictator. A ruler with total power over a country, typically one who is obtained control by force.
Okay, now,
hold on. Still another definition. A person who behaves in an autocratic way.
Somebody got background. Somebody got feedback.
That's not me.
Not me.
Let me interject. Everybody else is financing. Why me?
It's fucking Freezy.
Black House down.
Freezy, you watching Fight Club, bro?
Yeah, we heard Jay Prince's name, nigga. Mute yourself if you watching another stream.
Okay, so go ahead, Big Mike.
Somebody who acts in an autocratic way.
Okay, now put both of them together for me, Big Mike, if you don't mind.
A well-meaning person who acts in an autocratic way.
So what's autocratic mean?
Let's look at autocratic. Relating to a ruler who has absolute power.
Right.
Exactly.
No, but you don't have absolute power.
Shit, you should. You should.
Oh, no, absolutely not. No.
You do not. No, you do not have absolute power.
It's not realistic.
I'm going to tell you.
But absolute power corrupts absolutely, my brother.
Yes. Absolute power corrupts. Absolutely.
That's why they put benevolent dictator.
Benevolent?
That's actually an oxymoron.
Thank you.
That's why they put it together. That's why they put it together, because it is oxy. But check this out. You still, even with your children, you got absolute power, not absolute power for a long time, because even with your right. So
when you put the lifeline of a person,
I got pushback.
So they're a child for the shortest part of their life. So that's not absolute power.
That's not absolute power. Absolutely, I agree with that.
And guess what? Everybody that disagrees with that is probably thinking that a marriage is a partnership.
Right.
It's not a partnership.
It's definitely not a partnership.
Here's the deal.
Let's be real here. A really feminine, proper acting woman can manipulate the fuck out of her man for good.
Yes.
But very real. She can get what she wants out of a man much better than some masculine, antagonistic bitch. And that's just fact. You be the shot caller, absolutely. But she has more control than you think. I'm not saying she's in control, but she knows how to control you, especially if she's good at being a woman.
That's why the dynamic between male and female in the marriage relationship it's very nuanced, man.
Yeah.
I mean, in certain situations, you're not going to have absolute power, not even over your woman, because guess what? She's still her own person. She can still leave you and cut off that power source. She allows you to have power over her, in which case you have to govern that power responsibly.
And you allow her to be there.
I mean, yeah, you allow her to be there, but once she gets a certain point. But I'm gonna tell you, a woman doesn't have to be there long before she gets to the point where you need her to be there.
That makes sense.
You know what I'm saying? Like a real woman doesn't have to be there long before you need that motherfucker there. She had your kids, she cooking your meals, she doing all the little shit you forget to do or don't even know what to do. She's doing that. It's like having somebody working in the back. It's like a movie production. You know, you got people that work behind the cameras too that you don't see. It's a bigger operation going on backstage than it is on the forefront. So, you know, if you got somebody that's doing all of that behind you, you need them now in order for you to be what you are. And that's why a lot of dudes fail to realize that. And that's why the richer they get, they start leaving the women that were good women, and then they get drugged across the coals by one of these little skeezers they meet.
Well,
the game on.
The only reason why we need women the way you say, Big Mike, in today's society is because polygamy is not a normal thing. Back in antiquity, monogamy is a fairly new thing. So polygamy used to be, you know, more of a normal thing back then. And that's why a lot of women used to be on point, because they knew men could switch them out at any given time if they need something done. You know what I'm saying?
But all you had to do back then was know how to raise goats and shit. Now you have to actually do more. You have to actually have more to be a polygamist. So that's why most people is just a two-person working relationship because of the economic system. But when you could barter and trade services for food and things like that, then yeah, you could have many wives. But that's when people work for themselves.
So when you guys agree that, for the most part, that relationships are based off of the honor system?
Based off the honor system?
You gotta have the honor system, because nobody is safe. If this is my whole thing. When we're talking about this whole thing of relationships and family and things like that, what is the end goal, if there's an end goal to being in relationships? I have an answer, but I want to pose that question to you guys.
I think the end goal is to have somebody to talk to when all the sex and the money don't matter no more.
Exactly, bro. Exactly. Sitting on the front porch, drinking Folgers coffee and chilling like a motherfucker. Exactly.
For a guy who came from a polygamy family, I have the right to speak on that, because when y'all make the definition of polygamy, y'all don't really know what it really is. Polygamy is mostly for a ruling class who have resources, who have access. Now that they change the woman out, they build a particular lineage behind that.
Well, hold on,
Black Dave. You ain't gonna come up here half naked, man, talking this shit now.
With your wife beat on.
I got a chest, all right?
Can I welcome you into the What We Know? Can I welcome you into the What We Know podcast house, bro? I gotta get CBN. Hey, but go ahead, bro. Finish what your thought is. With your wife beat on.
What make it look like I'm fat? This is muscle.
Boy, you like a Mr. T stunt double, nigga. Let's go.
I can't do this, man, at all.
I pity the fool. I do. I really do.
Hey, JT, I love it when a plan comes together.
Yo, I can't do this, black man. Not 1 second. Without these jokes. Next thing you know, he will kill my real put Mr. T dancing. I'll make it even worse.
Lucky did a little stunt work for Hoppo too.
Oh my God. Go ahead, CBN, man. Finish your thought, man.
The thing called polygamy is something that I think people have a misconception behind it. And people think they can practice it. And what I've seen firsthand, being a byproduct of it, not everyone can practice polygamy because, for one, it's not about you having money. It's you having access. You have a certain level of wealth that is surpassed money. And I've watched people who practice polygamy, they're not switching out women. Like they're building a huge legacy between them. So they have 4 or 5 wives, they have multiple kids. Their kids take over their empire, their business. If you want to practice polygamy, to be real with you guys, you gotta have something you want to pass down to the next generation. This generational wealth that is massive. Not something small. Just for the sake of exercise your option or make sure you can drain your board. That's not the case. People who practice polygamy, they're packing something big to make sure they stay within their family line. If you study history, it's not only my country that practice. In China, they practice polygamy. But what were they using that for? To make sure no one have access to their own resource and their access and their wealth. They keep it within their family. So that's when they pass out, there's multiple people who help control their access and their resource. You're not gonna be from the outside touching their access. No, you have to get married within the family. 9 to 10, polygamy is used for a political option whereby they're joining 2 different families with 2 different resources and combining together as one. That's why I say polygamy for the ruling class. It's not for regular folk to practice, because unless you understand the fundamental behind polygamy and you have a generational foundation behind it, there's nothing you can say about it.
What about monogamy? I think it's still the same thing. It's just done on a
monogamy is the same thing. But the thing is about polygamy, it's not many people practice because of certain reason. Like from Africa, the only people who does that are people of higher class.
Yeah, but I think in America when it was practiced, I think what made it not be as popular is because of whatever they were pushing towards monogamy. And I understand why they would, because not a whole bunch of men at that time could have, even one wife. It was even worse back then than it is now when it comes down to resources, because a lot of this had to do with resources. A lot of this had to do with and less with love. I think I looked at a couple of studies when it came down to how the transition from polygamy to monogamy came down. They started introducing this whole chivalry thing. They started introducing this whole love thing. At the end of the day, there was no "I love him" instantly. It was kind of like a respect type of thing with the men. It was more of what was it that he can contribute. I think now we're in a time right now where everybody is confused, right? Because when you hear these talking points on these relationships and marriage and how people think that this shit should be, it seemed like almost everybody on the fucking platform is missing the point. The reason why I say that is because of this. I talked to my mom, and I said this on Black Man's show. I talked to my mom, and me and her, we always had. That's the person I have a lot of conversations with. Mm-hmm. And one of the things that I do just by observing her and my father being together and where they at now in their 70s and how their lives changed, I looked at their purpose of being married, right? And it had nothing to do with them too. It had everything to do with my kids. It had a little bit to do with me, and it had more to do with my kids. right? And more to do with my kids, and all these different things. What I mean by that is my parents was trying to get me and my brother to be the best person we could be because she wanted her unborn grandchildren to have great parents. That was where I said it has less to do about ourselves and more to do about family and community, right? Being servants. Again, what we were saying. Me being a husband to my future wife is less to do about me. It has more to do about what it is our purpose is, right? She don't want to have any kids. We talked about it. So if we're not trying to have any kids, I'm 50, you 40. And what is our purpose then? Guess what we had to do? We had to talk about what our purpose actually is. And at the end of the day, we were saying, look, we got a whole lot of things that we can have that's purposeful. We want to be okay. We want to be all right. I still have kids. I got kids. She don't have any kids, but I have kids. And at the end of the day, I still want to be able to leave my children something of value. Not a goddamn, not a car.
I think
not no goddamn debt. But I want to leave them something where they can say, I got this is the other thing. Not just because it's, like a house or anything like that, because I've seen family I've seen men leave their children legacy, land, houses, things of asset. Right. And the children fucked it off.
I'm glad you said. That.
Let me say this, David. I think marriage was originally implemented because this is a man's world. Men build everything mostly. We come up, we invent mostly everything. It's a man's world. We do mostly all the work that actually advances society. But I think marriage was implemented because realistically, men do need help in some shape or form. So marriage is a good way for a man to have some type of help source, whether it just be when he comes home, and he can actually take, because men have more stress on them than women do in general. I'm just generally speaking, not anecdotally, but generally speaking, men acquire more stress because of the difficulties of our workplace or whatever. But what I'm saying is men need a way to alleviate stress. And I think marriage was implemented for that stress, for women to help men alleviate stress and to actually make them to help them in their endeavors. And I'm gonna say this with about what Black David said. The original terminology, etymology of the word husbandman is basically a farmer, right? So back in antiquity, I don't think necessarily the only people that practiced polygamy was people who in rulership. I think regular citizens who had farms practiced polygamy. And to be honest with you, it was to their advantage to practice polygamy because it helped them more. It helped them more as far as labor and to get tasks done on their
land. It was like, we gotta have a lot of goddamn kids to do all this shit. We got a farm.
Yeah, exactly.
We got a cotton field and a cornfield.
No, Calculi, I would totally agree with you. Let me tell you why I'll tell you with you. My mom and grandfather have a massive farmland back in our country.
Right.
He has 3 to 4 wives. My grandma was his 3rd wife. He wasn't trying to hire people from outside to work on his farm because he don't trust them to work under him without them trying to steal from him. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
Yes. But he was also part of a ruling class as well, because in Africa and other nations that have huge farmland, yet they have farm, but they're also a ruling class because, like I said, they're supposed to feed the community. It's not so?
Right.
So you have to buy for certain things. So when I say ruling class, farmers in other countries are considered rulers as well because
okay, I understand what you're saying.
They produce the food that needed the community to buy and have to pay for them, so this is how they make their money.
That's
what I'm saying. Now, monogamy have been here.
Right.
There you go. Monogamy have been here through the test of time, long before U.S. been existing, long before United Kingdom. The problem with today's society, people want to have their opinion based on emotion, how they feel. I've seen that a lot. but they never go based on what is logical, what is rational.
Because
you know what I'm saying?
As a capitalist, you don't have to. Like when you're raised in a capitalist society, things like feelings. See, what we have here is what we call first world problems. So, you know, first world problems is my boss didn't say hi to me this morning. I'm gonna quit. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
First world problems is how I feel. You know, as a capitalist, you really don't. You can make money and make a living so easily that you really don't have to think logically on a lot of things.
Change. But go ahead. That's going to change. But go ahead.
Yeah, it's going to change. But
Mike, you have an excellent point.
Polygamy wouldn't work in this society. First of all, you can go broke getting married to one chick. One chick will break you. What will three do? You know what I'm saying?
Big Mike, I am glad you are saying that. This is why I say, Big Mike, I'm glad you just said that right there and there, because people don't think about it. People think, oh, polygamy, I can have more than what I can enjoy. No. People who get married and outside the country doing polygamy, it burn their lineage, their inheritance, their legacy. So yeah, they have a lot of the kids, but they have the resource, they have the access to take care of all those kids.
Right.
That's what people that you ask any African person who has been a byproduct of polygamy, besides me, they'll tell you the same exact thing. It's not something easy to get into unless you have the resource and access and the funding to take care of the multiple kids.
Right. Black David,
it's not all about you. No, I understand because I came from it.
This is YouTube, bro. A man can work in Amazon warehouse.
I could kill it by YouTube. So here's the thing. Before YouTube came to let me say them likely. Let me break it down for you. Before YouTube came to existence, there was other platform before YouTube. I used to work with the first one out there called collarclub.com. So everyone talk about YouTube, I used to work for them. So I know that. So everybody want to talk about YouTube, they can kiss my black monkey ass. And I'll squash them like bugs. What you don't understand.
College Club.
What I'm trying to point out is this. Everybody want to use social media as an excuse not to face reality.
YouTube is reality. What are you talking about?
And I would argue that most of us are polygamists.
I'm not.
I say most of us are. Let me tell you why I'm not. Dudes spend their money running after multiple women. If you smash more than one chick, you're polygamous.
And no, but
I would argue polygamy is more common than monogamy and has been more natural since the beginning of time.
Yeah, you may say that, but here would I have a problem with polygamy. People want to practice polygamy, but they want to deal with the end result of polygamous.
Right.
That's people biting off more than they can chew, though, David. Right.
So, Big Mike,
do you agree that? Do you agree that you should be able to, if you have the means to do so, David, or do you think you should restrict?
If you have the means, as in not only the money, you have the resource and the access, then be my guest. But if you don't have it, don't practice it, because at the end result of polygamy, what is the byproduct of it? The children. They should not get abandoned just because you don't feel like taking care of your family. That is BS. In our country, when we see a man who practices polygamy and have multiple kids don't take care of them, he gets shamed for that. And if one thing to get shamed, it's another thing, it affects your business and your access. Your access to get more wealth. It dwindles downhill. So outside the US and the UK, they got no respect for people who don't take care of their kids. Let's keep it real. There's no such thing as child support. You deal with the public. When people out here want to do all this shenanigans and you want to have multiple women, but when the kid comes out, oh, that's not my responsibility, then I hate to say that on the motherland, you're not really a man. You're the shell of a man.
But it was
the woman. Let me tell you what I'm saying. You can't practice polygamy and will have multiple women. Then when these multiple have multiple kids, and you say, "Oh, that's not your responsibility," then you're a weakling.
That's not really polygamy, is it?
But it's the court system's fault. What are you talking about?
No, it's not. No, you're not getting it. I lived under that as a child. I understand what it is to be able to practice polygamy, because you know what? Every man who practices it take care of their own. They don't neglect their own. They don't make excuse to neglect their own, because that's part of their lineage. That's their legacy right there. But you have people out here want to say, oh, we can fix it, but when it comes to taking care of the kids. Oh, that's not man. No, you're not a man. Men take care of the responsibility. So
but most men take care of their own though.
Most men take care of their own, yes, and I respect that.
Here, most men, if it's mine, I'm taking care of it. I was the pappy.
And you're right. I respect that. I'm talking about those who don't do so, who can make excuses for that.
It's such a small percentage that they not worth talking about.
I get it. But the thing about polygamy, I'm telling you, the amount of money you spend on trying to see a family have 18 kids, between 3 or 4 wives, and they're all going to private school. You know how much private school costs?
Yeah, but that when you talking about it in that sense, though, that's a culture, right? Mm-hmm. We don't have that culture in this American.
Because there's no foundation. Because there's no foundation for it.
It's only unrealistic because that's not something that we as the masses agree upon, bro. It's like,
and I said it before.
The masses don't agree on anything. It's a free for all.
It's a capitalist country.
Yeah, it can be.
It doesn't make logical sense to have more than one wife.
I mean, that's the point I'm trying to point out.
It does. If you
I've been saying that for the.
No, it doesn't. It's a waste of money.
If you want to be getting married, sure.
Yeah,
if
you
your goal is to reproduce offspring, and you can afford to have more,
said it very so clear. In a capitalism society, polygamy not going to work. But you know why?
Hell no.
In polygamy is the anti-capitalist society against capitalism. So when it comes to polygamy, you're building up wealth even more, whereby the people who want capitalism cannot make money off you.
I agree with David. I agree with Black David on that. Yeah.
But it also comes down to generational too, right? Again, it goes back to what we were saying earlier. When you target children, you're targeting the next generation that's coming up. If they've never seen, like right now, they've never seen the majority of children have never seen their mom and their dad working together for 13, 14, 15 to 16 years, 20 years, something like that. They see an end. They see an end to a relationship. They don't see longevity. They don't see purpose behind
it. But it's not practiced out here. Outside the 4 walls of the U.S.
Right.
And it comes down Western society, they see it more often to the point whereby you have people who run corporations have been stuck with the family for more than 300 years. Or people who have land that have been there for almost 1,000 years. You cannot take it from them. The government had to negotiate whereby, okay, this is your people's land. What can we get for this stuff you have on your land? They had to trade. They can't take it over. They just can't.
So that mindset
don't like that.
Right. So that mindset, that's what I'm saying. When we add in all these other adjectives into we got bigger problems in the heterosexual community for us to even be worried about what's going on in that other community. The only thing that we have a problem with is they're trying to blend that shit with us. That's our problem.
And that's why I always say this. When you live in a society that's trying to push an agenda that against your own belief, you have 2 things to do. Either you fight against it or you leave it.
Yeah.
If you can fight against it and you see that the opposition are doing whatever they can to force it down your throat, you exit. But that exit has been going on for the past 50 years.
Not from here, though.
Now, even though I'm not from here, I came here.
No, I'm saying the exit from here hasn't started. That hasn't been going on 50 years. We haven't been leaving here for 50 years.
No, they've been leaving at a small percentage.
Very small.
It have not been noticed. It have not been noticed. It's due to social media that people start to realize what have been going on for a very long period of time. Nobody knew that multiple business have been made outside the U.S. that fully Black owned, and they were thriving tremendously without the effect of Westernization. Nobody knew about this. There are so many things that people have now realized that it existed. That people like, when was this? When was this going on? It's because, as long as he said, you don't have control of the media, so you don't know what's going on outside. Media's job is to make sure they keep you cool with what's going on outside the 4 walls of their own society.
Media doesn't tell you what's going on inside either. Media is the worst source.
They do that. That's their point of keeping you dumbed down. Art of war. Hello.
But people marinate in the media.
It's part of art of war. How you control your people?
Media.
You do what they need to know, and keep it to a limit.
Yeah.
If you start to know a little bit too much, it become a problem.
That's why when you have people that speaks against what they call the powers that be, that's why they get crucified. That's just what it is.
I think most of us realize America has social problems, but I don't think any of us that are American would leave America to go any damn where else. I wouldn't take that risk.
Yeah.
Let me put it this.
I would take that risk.
It would. You ever seen that documentary called Fahrenheit?
9/11?
Yeah.
Fahrenheit 9/11?
Michael Moore? Yeah. Remember Michael Moore went to visit other people outside the country who are not looking like us, but a U.S. citizen for a very long period that they were throwing their passport for? Because they found out they've been lied to for so many years. And like, what the hell was this? You got people who are not like us burning their U.S. passport till they're done with this nation. Over the multiple of lies I've been spewed to them for many years until they moved out.
And you know what? And you know what, Blake David?
More movie.
And you know what?
Control group.
Was it Fahrenheit 9/11 or was it Sick?
Fahrenheit 9/11. Sicko was good too. Yeah, Sicko was good too. That was much more accurate than Fahrenheit 9/11. But so Sicko, if you haven't watched that, watch that. That was very accurate. But Black David, what they did with those passports was they went to an embassy and got another one.
Yeah. And came their ass back.
And came their ass back home. So that's what it is, man. That's what happened with that, Black David.
And that was the case. That was the case. But some did not come back.
No.
Like same thing with here.
Yeah, 2 or 3. And you know what they got right now, Black David? If they stayed in if they went to Africa or any other country on the planet, buyer's remorse. They bought this new country, thinking well, I'm away from the capitalist pigs of America and the blah blah blah. Yeah, now look what you got to deal with.
Now you're somewhere,
and I get that.
And you and the government changing every 5 years.
Exactly.
Or you got warlords or some shit going on. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of people.
No, those warlords are now becoming businessmen. Which is
what about the passport bros who's going abroad and never coming back?
They coming back.
Please, no passport.
Are them niggas still alive? Are they missing? Or like
no captivity. That's the perfect question to ask because most of them never came back. Here's what I'm trying to point out. I live in that country for
I know I had to throw some alcohol.
I'm born in Canada, but living outside the country.
But the thing is, Black David. No, Black David. Here's the thing: the passport bros are going to places in Asia, like the Philippines and Thailand. Now, if you're in the Philippines, if you bring in $5,000 a month, you're rich. Like you make more than doctors if you put in $5,000 US per month. Yeah. Doctors don't make that much. But that's what the exchange rate is in these countries. So if you get a little bullshit remote IT job, and you live in the Philippines, I mean, bruh. But here's the thing: if you go to a grocery store in the Philippines, you ain't got all them options like you got over here in America.
You ain't got the oodles and noodles.
You ain't got all these options like you got. If you look, if you watch TV, if you like TV.
Actually, Mandrell,
you limited to 10 items a day.
But I'll say this: 20 years longer.
I just got a question.
Not ours.
I know.
Do passport bros go to countries where prostitution is illegal?
Where is they illegal other than the U.S.?
I don't know. I'm just literally asking. I think that whole thing is.
That's a great question. I don't know where it's illegal at.
I'm sure it's illegal in some spots in Europe. They not just rolling to Europe like that.
Europe is definitely legal. I mean, all through Europe.
Every country in Europe.
I don't know.
It's legal in Germany.
It's well, not just Germany. You got Germany. You got Belgium. You have the Netherlands. You have Denmark. You have. I don't know. I've been all through Europe, and there's not one spot that I've went across where it was illegal at. Matter of fact, even when I was in Hungary, it was a big thing over there. They have their own spot. Man, they got a city and Hungary, where
and they pay
it's
taxes.
just red light district. Just like in Germany, if you go, the first place that most people end up landing in Germany is Frankfurt, Germany. And it's only like probably about equivalent to about 3 miles away from the airport. And you got the red light district, which is a big district. It's a bunch of apartments, and it's
the women
really
standing in the windows.
Right. And then you have the other cities that are there all through Germany, where they have probably small red light districts, and it's not like it's an issue. You know what I'm saying? The only issue that you would have when you're dealing with those type of things is the U.S. people. You don't have a problem with the local nationals when it comes down to that whole thing. It don't even be on the news or nothing like that. It is what it is because it's governed. Even when you go to Belgium, specifically Brussels, their whole downtown is just a bunch of places where you can go, and they be in the window looking. They got women in the window as like you going and shopping. I don't know. I know that there are places. That's why I said, Mike, that it's actually a good question, because there's some places where it gotta be illegal. I just don't know what spots they are.
Yeah.
Even in the Middle East, I don't know any places in the Middle East where it was illegal.
That's the question.
Saudi Arabia, you can't do that shit.
But we know where those places are in the United States, though. So I mean,
hold on. Saudi Arabia, they're paying Ajima to fly over there to do their little nasty thing and to come back. Like, come on.
No, I'm not talking about what they doing. I'm talking about you can't go over there and get one of their women as no prostitute.
You're right.
Yeah,
you're right. Like a Saudi, because I'm thinking, I'm like, okay, you go in Saudi, even though they do it, it is illegal over there, and you get caught up, it's a done deal. It ain't
Kuwait, places like that.
Yeah, it's a done deal. You're right about that. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, where the travel happens to. That's all.
It happened. No,
it usually goes to places that are third world hotbeds for hookers.
It's right. You're not. It's not like they're going overseas, literally to find a wife. It doesn't even make any fucking sense, bro. It don't. I stay in Detroit. If you want to go find a wife that's a Serbian and all that crazy ass shit, take your ass to Canada.
That shit right.
Take your ass over to Ohio. Take your ass to Kansas. Man, it's just the United States is too goddamn big for motherfuckers to do it. So,
JT,
yes, sir.
Do you watch that broadcast that Anton did when he interviewed the guy who created the phrase "passport bro," and he asked for his question on the Anton morning show, whatever he call it?
I didn't see it.
You should look up that. You look up that clip. The guy broke it down.
Was it the same guy that security boss had?
Not the same guy. This the guy who created the phrase "passport bro."
Passport bro.
What was his name?
I forgot his name, but
it
he came on Anton.
Theo.
I'm not sure. I don't know his name, but I listened to the interview. And he broke it down. He said the first demographic of people who get a passport bro was mostly people who are veterans.
Yeah.
Who after their tour were done, they didn't want to live in the U.S. no more. They said they were done with it. They were living in multiple places, mostly Japan, Singapore, South Korea, Thailand, the Philippines. They were the first group. The second group are IT specialists. Now, here it is. People don't know that there are people who live in Iceland, live in Ireland. They live in other countries beside the North Common where people go to. So passport bro is a big thing, but it's more global than what people think. They only target Singapore, they only target Japan, they target all these Asian countries.
Dust.
They live in other countries beside that.
I'm about to get off. I'm about to get off here too, y'all. I just want to.
Yeah, man. I'm about to end this. I'm about to end this live, man. I really appreciate you, brothers, man, coming on here.
I just came up when I heard the people talk about polygamy. I'm like, you can't talk with a person who understands it better than anybody else.
And we did come to the conclusion that you do not lord and have absolute power over your wife. That woman has a choice to get up and pack up bags and leave anytime she feels like it. Yeah. So where's your so-called power?
Why are you getting married?
Yeah, but
that's
that is true.
That's a good question.
That is true, bro. Mandrell.
I'll be raising that question on another show.
That is true. In this society, but outside this society, when you get kicked out of the house of your husband and sent back to your parent, it brings shame to that family and to that family name. No parent wants the daughter to be sent back home.
This ain't happening either, though.
Yeah,
like,
this ain't
outside this society.
And look,
you don't care about that.
We get married to build a more proper society, bro. That's really why you get married. You get married to have a family and start the most fundamental marriage or relationships.
And that's why they respect marriage
is the most fundamental social contract.
Yeah,
it's the most fundamental social contract.
Just to be simple, just to have it as a simplicity. But brothers, all right, man. I appreciate everybody that coming on this channel, man. Hey, you brothers, y'all take it easy, man. I'll be seeing y'all in a minute. You dig?
I'll do push a bit better than black.
All right, man. Appreciate each and every one of y'all, man. Y'all take it easy, man.
All right.
Thanks for having me, JT.
All right, my man. All right, y'all. It is the end of the What We Know show. We went 4 hours and 30 minutes, and it was a good conversation, man. We came to a consensus, man, that I don't know if Mandrell gonna end up being able to get the brothers over there to have that conversation with those guys over there. But don't forget to follow me on What We Know. If you did not hit that subscribe, please hit it. Please hit that like. And next week I'm gonna be doing another show. I don't know what it is right now, but stay in tune. And you guys, I appreciate everybody that came in, everybody that hit that like, everybody that contribute to this show. Hey man, I'm about to get my ass up out of here. It is Sunday morning, and shit, let me turn this music off right quick. The only thing I have to say at the end of this show, man, is that being a heterosexual man, I have morals and values. And at the end of the day, it's a lot of things that I just won't stand. And one of the things I won't stand is somebody just saying that we are free for all. Nope, we got to have standards. We have to have boundaries and all these different other things, man. My brother, Mandrell, I really appreciate you, brother, for coming on here. I don't know where we're going to go from here when it comes down to that with those other folks, but I'm cool over here on this side right here. I'm cool with talking with my brothers. Next week, we definitely going to be talking about heterosexual relationships, man. It may be from what we were just talking about now, marriage and building families and things like that. So, hey, man, I appreciate everybody from coming on. I'm JT, and I'm about to get my ass up out of here. Y'all take it easy. Peace out.
At some point, we all got to come together. No. Yeah. Everybody got opinions. Let's talk about it. Communication is key. Let's build around it. We do this for the people. The people founded it. Black love, stay strong, no way around it. We anti-genocide, we ride for the cause. Got love for our sisters, and love for our dogs. Respect the young and elderly, you all been invited to be inspired. Come together, better got violent. Gotta watch for the cops, gotta watch for the ops, gotta watch for the politicians that play with the eyes. If you know, then you know. Plant the seed and it grows. Welcome to the show. This is what we know. 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 Yeah. This is what we know.